Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic DAT Guy House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Well, good morning, Nemo Nation. Jimmy Mack here, sitting in the chair for our good friend Phone Master Dre, who I actually told last night not to make the trip. I got no problem with people, making their way through difficult weather conditions. It's what you guys do for a living. Dre's car broke down on Friday. He had to leave it here, which meant he would have to be driving in one of the cars of his brethren to get his butt over here, and I decided to make a calculation, as Dave Nemo, who sits at the center of Nemo Nation, can tell you straight up. My friend will back me up here. Man, driving across some of those bridges in Louisiana, some of those bridges in Mississippi that cross those bodies of water, it can be problematic, can it not?
It can, and when you're in the summertime here and it's 101 degrees and the humidity is 102%, and you see those signs over every little bridge that says, "Bridge may ice before roadway," you're thinking, that never happens.
Yeah.
Until it does.
Until it does, and then you're off to the races, and you're off on the skids, and you got real problems. It's like really funny because people see that who first moved down here, and they'll tell you something that's kind of crazy. They'll come from Minnesota, they'll come from Indiana, and they say they've never had a cold front the way that a 25-degree day feels in the city of New Orleans, especially if there's any wind. We got lucky last night, by the way, over here, and we'll get to all the weather that's moving and shaking and making its way across the landscape of America. We got lucky last night that we did have wind. Because if we had not had wind, I can tell you right now, the streets of New Orleans would be an icy mess. Mm-hmm. But because we had wind, that cold front rolled in, and then it blew away the rain. The rain got here first. Straight up, the rain got here first, and it kind of settled in, then it stopped, and then slowly but surely, the temperature gradually dropped moment after moment until finally it was done. And then that wind picked up and blew everything away and got us off to the races, and that was the good news. You can give us a call, by the way, at 615-292-6366.
Nemo.
Thank you very much from the Peanut Gallery. So do me a favor, unpack a little bit about what we're going through today, because we got some folks going to be here. One of them very shortly. I got to get him on the line here. So tell us what the lineup is on Nemo Nation.
Well, the owner of the Grumpy Pete is going to be joining us here momentarily, and of course that's Dean Croke. Not sure where he is, but if he's in Boston, evidently he's going to have a lot worse weather than we are having here. It's just cold here. There's no hurricane, no nothing really.
No nothing.
No nothing.
No.
Although I have to tell you that I've been doing the grocery shopping at home, so I went to the grocery store yesterday, on Saturday, and I'm thinking I'm just going to go get this list. I've never seen it like, not even before a hurricane. The grocery store lot was completely full with people up and down the aisles trying to find a spot, and it was just so stupid because there was nothing really going on except it was going to get cold. Everything was going to be open tomorrow, and the next day. It's like not like where everything's closed for 6 weeks or whatever. But at any rate, I just went back and I was there when it opened on yesterday morning. Got in there.
Well, the thing is, too, is that it's like I feel like anytime they send out these big alerts, these Snowmageddon, Carmageddon, whatever kind of Mageddon it is, MacGuffin, Mageddon, MacGruver, all this stuff. The wrong people always get the memo.
Yeah.
Like the people who don't need the memo are like, oh, I got to get on top of this. I got to really get on top of my game. I got to be on top of everything going on around me. But then you turn around and the people who should have been listening were the ones that weren't. And those are the ones you have to do a rescue routine for. Mm-hmm. It's never the guy that listens. The guy that listens lives out of the zone of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Lives out of the cone of uncertainty. And it always happens. But then you go over to the store and you're like, dude, I just wanted to have some soup with some bread. Mm-hmm. And somebody bought 5 French bread loaves. 20 people did it. There's no French bread left. You just wanted to have some soup.
Yeah.
I know. It's the worst way to kind of begin. So Dean Croke's coming up first, and then our good friend Rebecca Brewster is going to show up for ATRI on the air. Yeah. She's going to be doing her regular drop-in. ATRI's got a little 10-minute slot right at the top during our rapid-fire half hours. 8 in the center, 9 in the east, and then of course 9 in the center, 10 in the east. And we roll on through that. Who else we got coming up? Who are you looking for?
Blitch is going to be joining us. I hadn't heard from Bridgette in a while, and she just got out of Dodge in the nick of time. She was up in Chicago for the Transportation Lawyers Association's regional conference, and we're going to get a debriefing on that. Tyson Fisher joins us at 8:30 Central Time. He's been talking about the Supreme Court and the confusion about F4A and all of that stuff. And then Cody Koehler joins us right after that. And, of course, we're going to talk about the forecasts for 2026, mainly in the reefer division, which is where Cody lives. And, of course, he does the podcast Cody Koehler AZ Trucking on YouTube. Trucking, speaking of podcasts, Ray Lampkins, Truckin' Ray, is going to join us at 9 o'clock Central Time. He's into all sorts of things. We'll find out what his current favorite truck stop is. And also, he just had on his episode 115 this past Thursday of his podcast, That's Delivered, Kelly Marshall, who is the survivor leader and training specialist with Truckers Against Trafficking. We're on with Ray. We're going to kind of go back and maybe revisit some of the things he and Kelly were talking about because January, what am I saying, June? January is Human Traffic Awareness Month, so we certainly want to be up on that. And he's going to talk a little bit about podcasting itself and what we're doing in the world and how it differs from other stuff that we've all done in the past, how the future is knocking.
And by the way, I want you to say good morning. I want you to say good morning to our good friend, Dean Croke.
Good morning to our good friend, Dean Croke. Hey, Dean, good morning.
Dean, good morning, my friend. What's going on?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Busy digging it out from this massive snowstorm that's still working its way through the northeast. It's quite the event.
So kind of give us the lowdown about what you guys experienced over there, because Dave was actually speculating on your Bostonian situation. So was it as heavy and as furious as people were expecting, or were people pretty braced well for it?
It's ongoing. So we're about halfway through it. So I think it's much bigger than we thought. So we've got another 12 hours to go here in the northeast. So the winter storm Fern is sort of passing through here Monday morning, but because of where we're positioned here in Boston, it kind of, there's a wraparound effect that goes on for the next 12 to 18 hours where the tail of it has this northeast effect or nor'easter effect where it wraps around and dumps another foot of snow as it backs out of the northeast. So we've got a lot more than what we expected. We've probably had another 15 inches or at least 15 inches here of, and I'm saying we're pretty lucky, of very light, fluffy snow. So it's not wet and heavy. The bigger issue that we've got here is the freezing cold that comes in on the back of it. So that's going to hamper a lot of the cleanup efforts, as it will do across the rest of the country. That's the bigger issue everyone's facing, is the cold weather, because we've got to get out there very quickly right now and clean up every bit of snow that we can, because it becomes a frozen like concrete block if we don't get rid of everything, and that's what really slows down all of the networks. But I count ourselves very lucky that we haven't had wet, heavy snow that has dragged down power lines and trees. This has been, quite a lucky event in terms of northeast snowstorms. But so far we've had probably in the order of 12 to 15 inches so far, guys.
Yeah, and by the way, this ice and snowfall are as Dean had pointed out, are expected to continue throughout the day, followed by very low temperatures, which he pointed out as well. And this is what you want to be on the lookout for: dangerous travel and infrastructure impact. That's according to the National Weather Service. By the way, Dean, this was falling from the Ohio Valley all the way into your area, while catastrophic ice accumulation is threatening the lower Mississippi Valley to the Mid-Atlantic and Southeast. This is what the Weather Service meteorologist Allison Santarelli said in a phone interview to AP News. It's a unique storm in the sense that it's so widespread. It was affecting areas all the way from New Mexico, Texas, all the way into New England. We're talking about a 2,000-mile spread on this weather system. And ice could build up to 1.5 inches or more during the winter storm. As we're saying, ice, not snow. President Trump approved emergency declarations for at least a dozen states by Saturday. FEMA had some rescue teams and supplies in numerous states. In New York, communities near the Canadian border saw record-breaking sub-zero temperatures, with Watertown, which registered minus 34 degrees. And Copenhagen minus 49 Fahrenheit, Governor Kathy Hochul of New York said. Some really brutal stuff out there. Let me ask you this too, Dean. What is the aftermath of this in regards to the freight lanes and in regards, because we don't know the damage yet. We don't know if, in fact, there's going to be widespread damage. I don't know if you guys know this. Lindsay's meter got ripped off of her home in Franklin, Tennessee. A tree fell and basically pulled apart their energy. I mean, they don't have power. I mean, Franklin stuff got knocked clean. You know,
they had the Nashville. NPR had the mayor of Nashville on this morning. I was listening on the way over to the studio, and he said the sound of cracking trees. It sounds like shotguns going off all over town. But you know, I moved to Nashville in February of '94, Dean. And all they were talking about was last winter up there, where they had incredible power outage for a long time. People were busting up furniture and burning it in their fireplaces in Nashville, Tennessee. You know what I mean? In the 21st century, 20th century at that time. But you know what I'm saying. So it hits all over in some unexpected places. But they had like 275,000 without power this morning in the greater Nashville area.
Yeah, it's a crazy situation as it unfolds. And I will go back to the question. I mean, we don't know the significance of the damage here, but what kind of impact are we talking about in a positive way on the rates and about in a negative way about slowing down the supply chain?
Yeah, I think the slowing down of the supply chain is a big issue because you've got a lot of parked capacity out there where trucks effectively can't move. So that has the effect of driving up rates. So that's the upside. The downside is you can't get the miles in. So your revenue per truck week falls off. So on one hand, rates go up, but your revenue per truck week goes down. So the net effect is, it's kind of a wash. So, but if you said what's the net effect on rates, we're already seeing our 3-day rates skyrocket. So I think this week we'll see rates go through the roof. The only other data point I could point to was Viola and Uri back in 2021, that polar vortex event. Those rates went up probably in the order of 8 to 9% back then during that early February period. But of course, we had a little bit of the pandemic effect from 2020 creeping into those 2021 rates. When I looked at the rates this morning, we're already there in terms of the impact of those rates over the weekend, but really early to tell. So I think we'll see skyrocketing spot rates this week. And I'll know this Saturday morning what the net effect it is because we're still in the middle of it. But I think this will be a much bigger event because you're seeing a much bigger swath of the country shut down. Last time this happened, when you see big highways like I-40 shut down, that was the major interstate that we saw shut down. This one's much bigger because we're seeing more interstates shut down because it extends all the way through to Interstate 95 here, as well as 20 and 40 and 75. So I think we've got more corridors shut down here over a much bigger extended period of time, not just because of the ice and the snow, but because of the freezing cold that comes in on the back of it. So this is going to be a much longer event this week that's going to take the freight network a lot longer to get moving, and that's going to create service delays on the back end for urgent loads of things like food and pharmaceuticals, medical supplies and power generation equipment. That's going to create this sort of bubble effect in the freight market that's going to take a couple of weeks to work its way through the freight market. So if you think about, 80% of the freight that gets moved is sort of contract freight that the large carriers handle. Those trucks won't be able to move, and then for the shippers, they look for the spot market trucks that might be more available and in position to move those loads that the contract freight trucks aren't in position to move because they're isolated in areas where they're sort of unable to move. That'll drive up rates in the interim, and it'll take a couple of weeks. So my sense is this will be a 2 to 3 week event in terms of the spot market. That'll be a boost for a lot of the carriers that are in the right place at the right time. But I'll go back to where I started the answer to your question. This is about being able to get the miles in the first place because there's a lot of forced road closures going on at the moment. And I think that's where it'll be hard to get the miles in. But the miles will become easier as the week goes on and the roads start to open up and the cleanup effort gets underway.
Before we take this break here, by the way, and we're going to come back after Pastor John to give our condolences to a friend of ours. Paranormal Pie Man, of course, says, yo, Red Jack, optimistically points out that it's only 54 days until spring. The Paranormal Pie Man also says I-94 in Michigan is a sheet of ice. Joe J has arrived on the scene. Morning all, starting my day with light issues on the trailer. Happy Monday. And, of course, our good friend Chowder, who we'll be talking about when we come back from the moment of reflection in the Bracing Cup of Java, says, thank you for all your kind thoughts. Old Chowder really needs the support. We're here for you. Trucker Bosun says the roads in KC are looking good today. Still bitter cold around -1. And Chowder also points out it's looking good in Chi-Town, just cold. Trucker Bosun says, morning Nemo Nation. We will take a big breath here, in through the nose, out through the mouth, and having done that, I'm just going to ask everybody to quiet down for a second while we have a moment of patriotism followed by a moment of a Bracing Cup of Java with Pastor John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you had an awesome evening, and I pray that all is well with you. Philippians chapter 4, verse 9 says, whatever you have learned or received or heard from me or seen in me, put it into practice, and the God of peace will help you. Now, you know, yesterday I was talking to you about making sure you understand, don't let somebody take your peace. Well, today I want to make sure that you understand that God has a track record. And by that I mean, God has a track record with you, and that track record is with you. It's not with me, but it's with you. And whatever God has done consistently in your life, when life happens, listen to me, when life happens, don't go by what's happening. Go by your track record with God. Because if your track record with God is shown to be consistent and compassionate and caring, if that track record is there, then guess what? You can experience peace even when everybody else is experiencing turmoil. So, brothers and sisters, enjoy your Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Big thanks to Pastor John, by the way, for giving us the good word as he always does. A big thanks to Bennett for loaning them to us. Dean Croke is with us this morning. If I seem a little bit more serious, is because as I am looking at Dean on the Google Meets and looking at Dave across the room, I'm also loading up commercial spots for the show this morning as Dre is over in Mississippi. His car broke down here on Friday. He could have brought one of his brethren's cars in. I made the call yesterday. I said, dude, with all those bridges you got to cross and the potential of ice all over them, I'm like, that's an hour and a half drive. That's problematic at best. And how about we avoid problematic at best, because the worst is far more grim than that. Good morning to you, Dave Nemo. How are you, sir?
Doing good. Just warming up gradually here.
So along with our good friend Dean, Rebecca Brewster is going to join us a little bit later on. Bridgette, Blitch, and Tyson Fisher will be our rapid fire first half hour on Nemo Nation, your one-stop shop for the movers and the shakers and the happenings and the stories that are going on. All right, Dean, we have we're now in official winter. I mean, I know that it started a while back, and we're only 54 days from spring, but man, it is butt-ass cold out there, and Boston is not even done yet, are they? Nothing yet done, correct?
No, and it's this weird part of the year, right, where I've got like 60 days to go until Mid-America Truck Show. I kind of get anxiety because we start thinking about show season and how do we get our trucks ready, which is kind of the least of our problems right this week because we've got so much going on in the freight market, but that's the reality of trucking. We've got so many people out there that are in so much trouble, so I'm not going to dwell on that too much, but I kind of look forward to things that keep us motivated to get us through these dark days of winter because these are pretty hard days, right? So I look forward to spring because spring's not far away. And I look at it from a couple of perspectives, not just to keep us motivated, but it's also when we start to see more freight volumes come into the market and rates do start to pick up. So I'm sort of optimistic that this year will be a little bit better year because we have seen some capacity leave the market, and we're all anxious that spring brings a little bit better news for us this year, and we do see a bit more freight volume come into the market and rates do improve. Not just that things are, we get to go out to truck shows and catch up with everybody that we've seen hibernating all winter, but that we do actually see a new rate floor that's emerging. Because when I'll sort of segue a little bit here, but when I did my rate forecasts over the weekend for the spring, we do see a new rate floor emerging in the market where rates are about 10 to 12, maybe 15% higher than they were a year ago, which is great news. I mean, it's still not high enough, but the good news is rates are holding at a higher level than a year ago, which is a function of less capacity in the market this time around. So that's good news for everybody in the market.
Yeah, and that, like I said, the idea that, we're talking about if you can get there with this cold weather, and we've been kind of talking about the idea that if you're still standing and your business model is working at this point, you're probably set up pretty good, and you're looking for more sophisticated tips, as it were. That's a good way of kind of thinking about it. You're looking for those sophisticated tips to kind of what's next. This is one of those cases right now that if you can get where you want to get, there might be some real money for the taking. But the question is, are you where you need to be in order to get there moving forward, right?
Yeah. I think I just looked at refrigerated rates this morning. I still am seeing some really good opportunities for reefer carriers. I mean, even this week because of the cold weather. I mean, the cold weather means that a lot of shippers, and we're seeing it already in the market, shippers that normally move a lot of dry freight in dry vans are looking for reefer trailers to keep dry freight from freezing. In the shipper world, it's called Protect from Freeze, PFF, and it's not necessarily to keep dry freight from, it's to keep it warmer, in real terms, and that drives up reefer rates. So the colder it gets, the better reefer rates typically get. Now, dry freight isn't as higher paying as refrigerated freight, but typically what we see is when things get really cold, reefer rates tend to benefit nationally. So my reefer rates here in DAT's networks this morning over the weekend are off the charts, Jimmy Mac. Like they're back to where they were in early December, up over $2.50 a mile. So they've jumped about 20 cents a mile over the weekend. But that's a 3-day rolling average rate. And it's a weekend rate. But it tells me something about where rates are heading right now as we head into things like berry season, My good friend Alex Castillo posted some pictures of Lakeland, Florida strawberry farms this morning. He's down there loading strawberries, and that's early strawberry season. Of course, we're only a week away from peak shipping of roses out of Ecuador and Colombia for Valentine's Day. So you're talking about where should you be? Roses start peaking in terms of volume 1st, 2nd of February. So if you needed to know where you should be, if you can get yourself to Miami, that's where the volumes will be for refrigerated carriers. Now, as a lot of people will tell us, that is not necessarily the most fun loads to haul of floral shipments, because the boxes don't hold that well, and there's a lot of multi-stop loads to places that don't have forklifts. But they generally pay really well if you can get yourself on the right side of some one-stop loads. We're seeing really good volumes and rates coming out of Nogales and McAllen right now. And all that sets up for a really good produce season once we get cracking out of, Salinas, when we see the transition from Yuma of iceberg lettuce back into the summer salad bowl. So positioning is absolutely critical this year, this time around. And that's why you've got to listen to everybody in the market and read everything and be a student of the industry that you and I have talked about for 4 or 5 years. You've got to be in tune with what's happening in the market and not just thinking about rates, because rates are only a function of where you are. You've got to be in the right place before you can start talking about what the rates are.
We're going to do a quick break here just in a minute. Chowder, I'm aware that you were on the phone line. I want to make sure we get you back in on the other side of the break, and that way you're not just talking for a minute and a half and having to shuffle off. You're way too entertaining to give the short shrift to. Lovey and Earl, 504, say, good morning, my family. Have a great day. Trucker Bosun said, I've seen rates on boards out of Florida paying $5 a mile for only 200 to 300 mile runs on Friday. By the way, I made my own contribution to the floral trade. Claire's birthday was on Sunday, and you bet your ass there was a lot of white roses waiting for Claire when she woke up on Sunday morning. Don't screw around with that, guys. If there's somebody you know and somebody you love and somebody that's in your life, make those plans early. I will tell you, that will save yourself. Just look at when your spouse's birthday is going to be. Just make some orders. Just place some orders for delivery. You just get yourself off the hook, Dave. You know what I'm saying? It's done. I wasn't like having a panic attack. I got notified the day before. Your order has been shipped. You know what I'm saying? It's like, perfect. Done. Yeah. Get it done. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. Along with Dean, we said Rebecca Brewster, Bridgette, Blitch, Tyson Fisher, Cody Koehler, Truckin' Ray Lampkins is going to be here. All great shows coming your way. And the only thing wrong with it is that Foam Master Dre is not here producing it. I kind of have to make this up as we go along. Let's see if I can fake my way through it. Dean, hold on just for a little bit longer. I know you're dealing with some snow. I'll let you can shuffle off anytime you want to. Here we go, guys. Why not? It's Nemo Nation. We're going to bounce out of here. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch. Get back on the road. They've done it since 97, 50 states, 8 provinces. Hey, man, go to truckdown.com. Good enough for 1997. Good enough for 2026. America's in its terrible 2.5s.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's Nemo Nation, a show that moves as fast as American transportation. So buckle up, because here we go.
What? I just hung up on Dean, but I've still got him on the. I've still got him on the. I still got Dean on the. He's just going to call back here in a second. Chowder is with us, though. Good morning to you, Chowder. How you doing? Good to have you. And of course, I'm screwing everything up. There you are, Chowder. There you are. Welcome back.
Hey, buddy.
How you?
Good, thanks. Hey, I'm doing as well as I can do this morning for my bad news. I want to thank the family for all their well wishes. I felt I had to call in just to try to have some kind of normalcy in my unnormal world and life. So, how about them football games, Jimmy Mack? Good morning, Dave and everybody. Dean. Boy, that was two different games in one game with those Broncos and Patriots. I think if that wind and snow doesn't come in the second half, I think you're right. Stidham is ready to play and win it thanks to Peyton. Unfortunately, we played all the games, which is why analytics should be thrown out and get points when you can get points because, Super Bowl's on the line.
It was a terrible mistake. I get his logic. He figured, he figured that Vrabel would go in at halftime and make his adjustments, and it'd be his best chance to get ahead 14 points, and instead he gave up the field goal, which he never should have given up. And then Stidham, God bless him, because Stidham put him in a position to win, but Stidham also lost in the football game with that very ill-advised throwing the ball sideways and turn it into a fumble.
Well, did he lose the game from Jimmy, or was that the plan that they were hoping that would work, but because the weather changed, they don't really have a chance to change it because he doesn't have a lot of play time before us, so you stick with what you have?
Yeah.
I think if the weather doesn't change, I mean, they had like 3 or 4 sacks already. They were pressuring the heck out of the Patriots.
Yeah.
I think if that weather doesn't change, they still do that, and they win that game.
They win that game.
And which is why he should have taken the points, and it would have been, 10 would have been a good at 14 because the Patriots weren't really showing. It almost looked like the game was too big for Drake May at that point.
Well, and the other thing is, too, I don't know if you've ever been there, Dean, to Mile High Stadium. It is, there are 3 places you don't want to play. There are 3 places, period, straight up, that are secular jihads. And they are the New Orleans Superdome, Mile High Stadium, and the 12th Man over in Seattle. Those places are so loud that they can actually cause they get seismic readings on the Richter scale when they go off. They are just the most emotional fans you can possibly imagine, and they know the impact that they can have on a game. And May just looked like he was absolutely overwhelmed by the situation. People were praising him at the end of the game, and I'm like, what are you talking about? You're an NFL offense that leads the league in points, and you scored 13. Congratulate, it's like congratulations. Yeah, it was crazy. And then the game last night. Did you watch any of that game last night, Dean? It was your peeps. So
I watched the first half. Yeah.
The first half of that game, but then the rest of that game, I couldn't believe I was actually rooting for Seattle. I dislike the LA Rams so much, and it was weird because watching that game, Chowder, was all Saints fans got a chance to see how the Saints Rams should have actually ended in 2019. That was the end that we were denied.
Right. I concur with that statement. I am not a Rams fan. But hey, good morning, Dean. I like your comments about the Flowers and all that place to be in Miami, and you're right. They are a pain to have to handle, move around and that, but you know what they also should get paid more for?
Tell us.
What's that?
That's actually 2 loads in one, because the amount of BOLs you get with those flowers, because every flower gets it on, that's like hauling an extra load of paper. So there should be more pay going with hauling paper.
You're right. It's exactly right.
All right. Well, as I would tell you guys on a normal day, if it was normal for Chowder, but today's anything but normal, thank you all for your love and good wishes and caring. And remember, put some right clothes on, because there's no bad weather, just bad clothing choices. And it's time for me to go so people can do a real show without Chowder's shenanigans. Love you all. Talk to you later. Can't do anything about it. Bye.
Bye. He covered all the bases there. He managed
He
to
did.
cover every last little bit. The other thing is, too, we talk about the idea of planning, and I wanted to bring this up. I know you've got some stuff on your mind as well, too, Dean, and so does Dave. We're going to pretty soon, by the end of the week, announce whatever plans we have for mats. So we're going to ask people to hang on tight. And we've been telling people, Dean, that if we don't get this settled by the end of the week, we ain't going. But it's not a matter of we're going to be going, but it's how we go is going to be really determined by a couple of events this week, including a conversation I got to have with you. Lindsay and I are going to have a conversation with you pretty soon. We're going to talk about some stuff in regards to that. Dave's attitude is the same. If we get it worked out this week, we'll probably go. If not, well, there's no wait until next year, because that'll pretty much be it. But yeah, but are you making your plans for mats? You figured out some stuff yet?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. We've got our booth set up, and I'll be there again. I've just registered to be in the PKY Beauty Show again. So yeah, it'll be the same as last year. We've got a bunch of people coming over from Australia again. There's usually the same contingent of folks that come over that work mats into a range of OEM truck factory visits. So it's sort of the tail end of summer in Australia, so they do a lot of factory tours as part of a lot of fleets that buy a lot of trucks in Australia get rewarded with a trip to the US over the course of a month, which includes mats sort of at the tail end of that for a lot of truck owners and drivers. So there's usually a contingent of lads or blokes, as we call them, will be coming through mats. So a lot of larrikins. Last year, a good friend of mine turned up, and you know what mats is like in it could be 4 seasons. He turned up in shorts, cut off shirt. The arms were cut off, and it was freezing. I was rugged up, and he had what we call thongs or flip flops on, and I saw him coming. It was a high vis shirt, and I saw him coming from about 100 yards off, and I thought, this has to be an Australian walking through the parking lot. And of course, it was. He was a road train driver from Western Australia. Jimmy Mac, it must have been 30 degrees, and he's walking along like it's just a summer day.
It's all right.
But his nickname is Jungle. That's his nickname. His name is Jungle. He's a famous Australian road train driver, but he'll be back again.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's just one of the craziest things too about that is that I remember with the problem with mats is given where it comes is we could get there and it could be 80 degrees all week long, or you could get there and it could be negative 25. There's no way of telling. And you have to kind of do and sometimes you have to bring 2 or 3 different kind of outfits too. Sometimes you have to
here's the challenge.
Yeah.
Is your cleaning material sometimes freeze and won't work early in the morning if you're trying to get your truck polished and clean for the show? Sometimes your liquids won't work. They literally won't work to get the truck polished for the judges. So it's quite the dilemma for the professionals.
I wanted to ask you about a couple of things that are kind of on the horizon and some stuff that's kind of roiling around. We live in an era now where the FMCSA seems to believe that its mandate is about enforcement and not so much about opportunity. I make that comment what I would call value neutral. I'm not saying that one is better than the other. It's a matter of emphasis. And, we've talked a little bit about this over the past couple of weeks and asked people to look into their crystal balls. I don't think, you and I have talked about this, I don't want to put you in this box with me. I think that a lot of the enforcement stuff that's been going on isn't really going to help improve rates. There are other things that are helping improve rates, but I do think it might call more attention to safety. And my big hope, and would love to talk to you and Dave about this and anybody else, my big hope is that it puts into motion finally the educational reform we need, because that's the big thing that I'm looking forward to this year, is that because of the enforcement and because of the crackdown on fly-by-night. See, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Foraught has taken it upon himself to send me photos of every fly-by-night CDL school that he sees. So he takes a photo, sends it to me. We both go look it up. We have not seen one yet that was legit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just crazy. Get your CDL in 24 hours kind of things, Dave. Just crazy.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of the unintended consequences of all of this, which was where we should have been in the first place, right? Because this all started with, talking about drivers that couldn't speak English last March. Well, here we are where we should be, which is how do drivers get CDLs in the first place that shouldn't be. Well, let's not say they shouldn't be getting a CDL, but if they get a CDL, let's go through the right channels and make sure they are adequately trained and meet all the standards. That should be how it should be. And I'm a supporter of that. And of course, if you don't meet the standards, well, then you shouldn't be driving a truck on the road. Absolutely. So I think we're in the right place, but we need to make sure that all the rhetoric and talk ends up doing some good. And that's what I'm really worried about. And I just don't know how, if you're not talking about the right number of enforcement people on the road, that we actually get to the right place. Because I think enforcement is the big issue. And so I can give you the perspective of coming from a country where technology does a lot of the enforcement. It's called, it's sort of smart enforcement, where you use technology to do a lot of the on-road enforcement. Because I've been through 30 years of watching the inability of roadside enforcement to actually change carrier behaviour on the road. So, and in Australia, we went through this in the late 90s, and we instituted a system of overhead cameras on interstates where it measures hours of service and road speed and all of that stuff in between points. Well, it changed carrier behaviour, because you don't need police sitting in bushes or scale houses to measure your weights and measures and permits and license. It just does it by thermal digital cameras that do everything for you. And guess what it did? It changed carriers' behaviour over a course of years. And it rules out all of the carriers that are marginal, that want to break the law, because the cameras do all the work for you. And you might say, well, that's Big Brother. Well, if you want the standard and the barriers to entry raised, technology is 100% effective. You can't get around it. And then it works. And so I've been back to Australia and driven on the roads in a truck and seen this work firsthand. And I've been in both worlds, the good old Wild West days of the 80s and today's world, where the cameras are watching everything you do. And if you exceed the average speed between cameras, they send you the fine in the mail with a please explain. Or if your driving hours are over the 12 hours per day, they say, please explain. Send me the driver's log for the second driver that must have been in the truck. And if you can't produce that, then there's a violation. So it's a very good system that works in your favour as a driver. So if you really want to go down this path, you have to be either talking about enforcement or technology that does this for you. This is an incredibly big country with so many trucks and drivers. This is not an easy solution. But if we're not talking about putting more people on the roads or some sort of technology to get us there, this is a really hard thing to do. And I think we're around the edges of it, but I don't know that we're actually talking about the right solution yet. But enforcement and getting enough people on the roads has got to be the direction that we start to head.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. And by the way, we got a phone call coming in, and since I don't get a chance to screen them, we're just going to do kamikaze here and hope for the best. Caller, you're on the air. Who are we talking to?
Oh, it's Red Jack.
Hey, man, welcome back. Good to have you. How you doing? How's the weather treating you?
Oh, we're sitting here in our aquarium looking out at that inhospitable environment out there. We'll have to make the trek down to the mailbox sometime this evening. But, 11 degrees. Well, you know what? It's been a mild summer and a mild winter up until about a week ago. So, hey, February's coming up. How good is February going to be?
I had a friend of mine, by the way, who, he lived in northern Michigan, and he would always say, I asked him, when do you walk outside? He says, when the wind stops blowing and it goes still. He said, there's one thing to walk in the cold, there's another thing to walk in sideways sleet. And he said that was his basic premise for walking outside. He said, I'll go to the barn, I'll go to the mailbox if I don't have to walk through water that is moving sideways through my body. If that's the deal, I can put up with it. So that sounds kind of solid, brother. Sounds like you got a good plan out there going on. What's been happening? What's been happening other than having a mild summer and a mild winter? What are you doing?
Well, not much. It's, that kind of. I was. Oh heavens! That's boy. That.
It wasn't meant as an existential question, dude. You could tell me what you had for breakfast, and we'd be fine. I mean, that's good news.
I don't know. Who cares about that? But well, just taking care of 4 dogs, which you would think they'd take care of themselves, but they're not cats. No, they're dogs.
No, they're dogs. They take care of themselves. Hey, listen, what are the dogs' names? I want the dogs' names. Give me the whole rundown.
From the oldest to the youngest?
That's a good way of doing it, is any?
Well, you got 15-and-a-half-year-old Hannah, 11-year-old Rosie, Reggie, the boys. He just turned 3, and Biscuit is a year-and-a-half old. He keeps us busy. He's the tallest and still in his puppy stage.
I think you've been waiting your whole life to name an animal Biscuit. I'm proud of you, by the way. I just think it's
he came with the name. Not that is the name he came with. We don't. His circumstances. He was in the shelter. He was adopted out. There was a problem in the family. The story I heard, Dad ended up incarcerated. Mom and the kids moved home with Grandma. Grandma said no dogs, and he ended up back in the shelter. And we adopted him. I don't know how long he's carried the name Biscuit, but in the case of Reggie, we named him. We let that name attached. It seems to fit him.
I don't know why it is, but certain human names just really seem to work really well. I knew a cat named Walter, and it just worked perfectly. I don't know why. I knew a cat named Jeffrey, and it's the way that our good friend Chowder spells his, that kind of regal Geoff, Frey. And I knew a cat named Walter. I also knew a bulldog named Biggin. I kid you not, bulldog named Biggin. And you got to kind of love that. Why'd you call him Reggie?
We probably discussed it for a week after we adopted him. The shelter named him Davy, and that's just for the sake of calling him something. So have a name to write down on the paperwork. And at some point, the name Reggie was blurted out. And he immediately was attentive. Like, oh, he likes that one. He likes that name. So he responded to it. He didn't respond to any other name we tried to attach to him. So I think he kind of picked it.
That's kind of a neat thing too. I don't know if you know this. They have these things, and they show these videos now. There are dog shelters, Dave and Dee. I don't know if you guys know this, where people sit in a big circle. They sit like in a room, and they bring the dog in. And whoever the dog goes to and really stays with for more than like 15 to 20 seconds, that's who gets the dog. And it's like,
I love that.
These videos are beautiful too, because the number of times the dog looks strangely like the person that it picks is kind of perfect as well too. It's just this really moving thing. So all these people will be sitting there. There's a couple of them where they have their back, the people have their back to them. So they basically have told, whatever dog we come in with, you're going to get this dog. If you want a dog, this is how we do it. And there's another where people have their back to them, and the dog picks them from behind, and then they turn around, and they got to see what the dog is. Because the ones that do it when they walk the dog in, they tell people you can't call it over. You got to keep your hands on your knees. You can't do anything. If you call a dog over, they send you out the room, and the whole thing starts all over again. And it's pretty marvelous, man. They kind of know who we are. It's kind of fun. Red Jack, we love hearing from you, man. Will you tell everybody we said hello?
Absolutely. Got a video from Ten Ring yesterday, looking at an empty parking lot at Buc-ee's. Too bad they couldn't make room for some professional drivers, but they have their standards, don't they?
Yeah, and the other problem is with all that is the fact that, I've been kind of not in defense of them, but like I kind of get it, but why can't you build a second parking lot and just shuttle people in? How hard would that be?
Well, I guess we're never going to sit on their board of directors.
By the way, we need a board of directors for them. And straight up, thank you, Red Jack. We love you, brother. Please tell the four horsemen. Bye, man. Good talking to Red Jack.
Bye-bye.
Dave, by the way, Dean is thinking about getting a dog.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My better half is thinking about getting a dog.
What kind of dog does she want?
Just something small. A house dog,
Something nice, though. Don't get a Chihuahua, dude. Don't get a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
She's not thinking about Chihuahuas, is she?
No.
Those are terrible dogs, man. Those are terrible. I mean, I would love one if somebody gave me one and said I had to take care of it. Of course, I'd take care of it. I love dogs, but it's not my first choice or my 1,000th and 11th choice. I'd rather get like a Mastiff.
When I was in college, I studied radio, television, and film. And one of the TV producers here at Channel 6, we had like 6 kids in the class, and we went to his house one night for a class, and he had a Doberman, what's the biggest dog? The name just went out. A Great Dane. Great Dane, literally a Great Dane and a Chihuahua. And you know who ruled that house?
The Chihuahua.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. Amy Hayes, my friend Amy Hayes, she actually had a Great Dane and a Chihuahua, and they ran off together. They literally ran off from the house. And the funniest you've ever seen was when they found them, watching the two of them come down the street together. And their names were Bridgette and Mojo.
Okay.
And you know that Mojo was the Chihuahua. Yes, of course. Of course, Mojo was the Chihuahua. Dean, what are you looking forward to for this week? We've talked a little bit about, the reefer rates and all that kind of stuff. But what should people keep their eye on if they want to get into the action headed into this week?
Yeah, I think beyond safety, the obvious safety messages, I think be patient this week because it's going to take a while for the freight networks to clear. I think the key is not to be too impatient to try and take advantage of the incredibly high spot rates that are going to be offered. I think that's going to be the sugar rush that everybody's going to want to be taking advantage of because the numbers that are going to be offered this week are going to be astronomical, but the difficulty is going to be trying to take advantage of them to get those loads delivered because it doesn't matter where the load takes you, getting it unloaded is going to be really difficult in some of those markets because of power outages and, more importantly, the people on the loading dock may not be there, particularly here in the northeast. So I think that's something you've got to consider. On the other side of the rate is how do you get unloaded, how do you get there, how do you get out of there, and what do the deadhead mile component look like? Because I think what you're going to see this week are incredibly high rates, but a lot of imbalance, as in the freight coming out of the market you're going into may offset the rates that you're getting to go in. It may be a wash. So I think that's what I'm watching this week is what's the freight imbalance look like and what are the service delays going to be over the course of the week.
And if you can find something where you're going, then you're in really good shape. I mean, it's as simple as that. If you can find something, if you're going towards the action, you can find something to get you there, that's going to put you in really good shape. So it almost feels like the advice of the week is not so much have a place to go, it's have something to bring while you're going there.
It's absolutely critical, yeah. And how long it takes you to get unloaded, because that's the key. That's the key.
It just always amazes me, when we say this stuff, and I know this stuff, and it's so obvious, and Dave, it's so kind of instinctual to know this, but people don't understand that, who aren't in this market, or people who fly by the seat of their pants, don't realize it's like you can find all the great rates you want. If it gets offset by deadhead miles, it don't make any difference. It's a break even at best. At best,
Yeah, you could you could get $10 a mile to come to New England, but you won't sit for 2 days. And if your opportunity cost is $1,500 a day, there's 3,000 opportunity cost dollars gone over 2 days because of the power outages here in New England. So you've got to because time is money with if you're running ELDs. So you got to look at not just the rate per mile on the outbound leg, but how long does it take you to get there, and how long does it take to get the heck out of there? And what have you got? If you deadheading back to Allentown before your next load point, all of that becomes a big factor. Time is money when it comes to markets like this and winter storms.
Yeah, if you're figuring out next week now, you might be in a little bit of trouble. If you've actually figured out some things for next week, you're probably in good shape. If you figured out there and back again, you're probably kicking off January to a glorious start. Dean, it's always good to have you on. Like I said, it's a strange day for me. I'm in a good mood for one reason. When I started talking, people actually started responding to what I was saying on the YouTube chat, which meant they could hear me, which meant I properly synced this thing up, which meant I'm actually somehow making this thing work over here. Guys, this is, I've produced the show before, as you well know, over in Ocean Springs, but that was literally establish the hookup with Sirius XM, and then le bon temps roulé, as we say down here. One of the things I'm doing this year, Dean, in honor of you, I've been looking for a way to kind of get my social media geared up. I am going to go to a buttload of Mardi Gras parades, and film the routes and explain to our listeners what these parades are about, what the themes are, get a chance to talk. Don't ever forget this, guys. Every major parade in the city of New Orleans, the major ones, every single float is pulled by a CDL. Every single one. You have to have a CDL to do that. They are driving tractor trailers. That's what they're driving. They're driving, it's just big tractors. And then, of course, on Mardi Gras Day, there are 300 truck floats, and when I mean flatbeds, it's 300 flatbeds at the end. After Rex and Zulu make their run, every other float that rolls that day behind the two major crews and the ones out in Metairie, it's all truck floats. And so I figure I'll get some good content there. If I can't do it for that, there's no way I'm ever going to make any of this happen. Brother, I love you, and as the Reverend says, there's nothing you can do about it, man. Thank you, man.
Okay. Stay good.
All right, Dean. Good to see you, man. We'll talk to Dean soon. Okay. We'll talk to him a whole lot sooner than you can possibly imagine. Lots of stuff to talk about. Dean Croke, of course. DAT has his blog. They've got his back. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and our good friend Rebecca Brewster is coming up here shortly. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Maybe we'll talk about a little National Day or something else there. But we got to get out of here. We'll come back on the other side of this break. We'll dig into the rapid fire round of Nemo Nation. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Good to see you.
Good to be seen.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you're right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
It's Monday.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It certainly is Nemo Nation, isn't it? Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, of course, the inclement weather, and that was my insistence. Dre's car broke in front of our Fastport Studios. Speaking of Fastport Studios, go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. You'll find Brad Bentley and the gang, Dave and Gina Harrison, and all those other great folks that are helping veterans find a purpose-driven life once they leave their service to their country so they can serve it another way. Also making sure that people can make plans about a life worth living. Fastport.com, nationalapprenticeship.org. They're responsible for us being here at the Degas House, only a few blocks away from the home of the New Orleans Jazz Festival. Equally as important, only a few minutes away by car ride from the birthplace of trucking radio. Jimmy Mack, Dave Nemo here with you, and we're just going to pivot. Give me a little pivot, Dave. Just say pivot. We're going to pivot to our next guest.
Rebecca Brewster, one of our favorite people in the whole universe, is going to be joining us here momentarily. And you know Rebecca by now. She is the president and the COO of ATRI, the American Transportation Research Institute. And we're going to talk about the RAC this morning, the Research Advisory Committee, because they basically set the pace and the tone and the topics that ATRI is going to go after. There's a lot of them, but you have to be kind of selective because there's a lot of issues and just a few people at ATRI, right, Rebecca? Good morning.
Good morning, Dave, from not quite as icy Atlanta as it was yesterday.
Yeah. We beat the ice. The wind blew the ice away around here, so it just got cold.
Yeah, here as well. I actually haven't set foot outside since Friday, so I guess it looks cold, and the thermostat tells me it's cold. So,
well, if it looks cold, that's cold enough for me, for sure.
Same here.
Yeah. Well, I expect the unexpected. You'll never be disappointed. That's for sure. We've talked about the RAC. We've gone through the roster, and we've talked to people that are on the RAC, or the Research Advisory Committee. But these folks, they come from all over. And hopefully more and more truck drivers will be involved and join the RAC. It's a big responsibility, but it's not a huge commitment in terms of I got to be here and I got to go there and I can't do this because I got to do that, right?
Yeah, so RAC members, as you indicated, they really come from across the industry. So we've got folks from big motor carriers, small motor carriers. We've got professional truck drivers. We have somebody actually on the staff at OIDA represented on the RAC. We've got a law enforcement officer, a State Department of Transportation, a number of industry suppliers, think insurance folks, truck stop operators, legal defense attorneys from across the industry. So it really is a very diverse group of trucking industry stakeholders. And today, we're going to issue a press release going out a little later today. Carla will get that out. We're advertising for folks who are interested in serving on the next RAC. So RAC members are served for 2-year terms. They're not staggered terms. So the current RAC is the 2025-2026 RAC. So we are now looking for people who would be interested in serving starting January of 27, so the 27-28 RAC. And you're right, Dave, it's not a huge time commitment, but it is a huge, I'm going to say it's a huge intellectual commitment because we really need thoughtful people who are going to put in the time to read through the research proposals that they're presented with, to think through the value of that, not just, sort of in my own parochial reason, this is why I want this study, but really to think more broadly and holistically, will this particular research topic serve the greater good for the trucking industry? Because as much as we'd like to do every study that comes our way at ATRI, we simply don't have the resources to do that. So we rely on our RAC members to really invest the time and intellectual capacity to think through, is this important for the industry? Will this raise the bar for everybody in the industry?
You know, the other thing is too, we got some really bright people over there in the chat room, and what I'm telling you guys, and what Rebecca's saying, and what Dave is saying here. I mean, our good friend Jody Vale just dropped in from Valdosta, Georgia. Good morning to you, by the way. Terrific onions over in Vidalia, but Valdosta's okay too. Trucker Bosun is asking if it's icy over there. Rebecca could tell him, but she hasn't walked outside. Yeah, don't blame her. Want to give Matt Beach a shout out. Dropped a $5 on us. Trucker Bosun dropped a 10. But people like Marshall Platter, people like Tom Bray, who said it's warming up there, it got down to negative 12 last night. These are the kind of thinking people that you're looking for, right? People who can talk about the industry, who see it up close and personal, who are riding with it. You're looking for folks who have real-world experience and yet at the same time can be thoughtful about that real-world experience and see the bigger picture sometimes, correct?
Absolutely. That's a perfect description, Jimmy. And we really do, we say it's not a big time commitment, but there is a commitment. We need people who will travel once a year to meet with us in person. We've been meeting the past couple of years in Washington, D.C., but over the years we've met in Dallas, we've met in Chicago, we've met here in Atlanta. We sort of move the meeting around. We need people who will come to they have one in-person meeting every year where they vote on research topics. And then we ask our RAC members to be very engaged as we go through those priority topics. So each study that we have identified gets sort of a subgroup of RAC members who are assigned to that study and based on their interest. And they help us flesh out the methodology. They review data collection tools before we launch those tools. So there's a lot of engagement. Most of it is virtual, but there is that one in-person meeting every March that we've got to have everybody at. It's not a meeting you can connect into virtually because there's just too much discussion that goes on. When you think about, 30 different research proposals and 35 people talking about the merits of each of those from their own perspective, you can't do that virtually. So we need people who are willing to meet with us in person in March. And then stay engaged with us throughout the year as we execute each of those research studies.
How many people are on the RAC, the Research Advisory Committee, and is it the same every year? Is that part and parcel of, we need 25, no more, no less? How do you work the roster?
Right. So the current Research Advisory Committee, I believe, is at 35, and that's probably getting at the max of what is manageable in this in-person meeting. But I will tell you, Dave, last year, last cycle was the first time we had this online application form, which is on our website, which we're going to issue this press release for today. Last time, the board had to consider 163 applicants for those 35 positions.
Wow.
So
okay.
Lots of interest
Yeah.
from across the industry, and that's very gratifying for us, but it is very challenging to really go through each of those applications in detail, understand what each of those individuals would bring uniquely to this research development process.
I'm looking at the application right now. Obviously, I'm not filling it out, but it's very easy to do. Pretty straightforward in terms of ease of operation.
It is, and it just asks you for sort of what's your industry background, what's your interest in serving, and it also asks what I believe is a very important series of questions is, what have you done? What's been your engagement with ATRI to date? If this is the first time you're coming to ATRI is to apply for the RAC, maybe you're not as familiar with the work that we do and the types of studies we undertake. So we really want to understand how engaged you have been with ATRI in the past. And the really cool thing is, Dave, if you noticed on our online application form, you can apply for yourself or you can recommend somebody in the industry. So if this really isn't your bag, this research gig for nerds like us who love it, but you know somebody who you think would be an excellent nominee from the industry, you can send us their information and we will reach out and get them to fill out the application.
That's great. Yeah, because you might be somebody who said, "Well, they don't want me." And somebody else will say, they need you. So
absolutely.
Do it. Yeah, absolutely. The other thing, too, is that if you answer the question, is ATRI a part of the government, and you say yes, you're disqualified right there right off the bat.
There are a few tests we might have you take. That would be one of them for sure.
Let me ask you really quickly before we kind of shuffle you out of here, Rebecca Brewster, as always, truckingresearch.org. Kind of give people a sense, though, most of our listeners are, in fact, over-the-road drivers, owner-operators, drive for major fleets and all of those kind of things. Talk about the contributions that truck drivers directly have made. I mean, really have made where you can say, man, that was always in the back burner, but we didn't think about that.
Yeah, no, what I love, and one of the drivers who currently serves is Emily Plummer, who is an owner-operator with Prime. And Emily, she just pulls no punches. We'll be talking about a research topic, and she'll be like, let me tell you what that means for the driver on the road. And so it's that real-world experience that is so critical to not only helping us prioritize what studies we do, but equally as important in understanding how to execute those studies, particularly when we need driver input. So, we think we know how to ask the questions in a way that will generate meaningful information from drivers, but it's folks like Oida and Emily, individual drivers who serve on the rack, who really help us craft those questions and data collection tools in a way that maximizes our ability to get information from drivers.
Let me ask the...
We're out of time.
Oh, we're out of time. Okay.
That's what I was saying. That's why I was waving at you, going like, bye-bye. That means we got plenty more to talk about. We love you, Rebecca. We wish we had more time. Oh, wait, we can always give you more time in a later episode or a later edition when you come on for a long segment. Stay warm. I hope you never find out how cold it is. How about that?
I will do that. Thanks, guys. Love you guys.
All right. Always great talking to our good friend, Rebecca Brewster. Go to truckingresearch.org. And now, once again, we pivot.
Pivot! I feel like saying the part of Lindsay Lawler is being played by Dave Nemo today because I've always wanted to do that pivot thing with you guys.
Pivot.
Well, we're going to pivot and then some and head down to Florida where Bridgette Blitch belongs.
Yeah, I have to tell you though, man, BB legal. I mean, even if you were in Florida right now, that thing is crept. Jody's in the chat right now. Man, it's crept into Florida, dude. Jacksonville's getting it. People are like, what are you talking about? I got to wear a sweater. I'm Australian. Nope, too late. Too late. Bridgette Blitch is here, Dave. Aren't we excited about that?
Just got out of Chicago in the nick of time, huh, Bridgette?
Oh, my gosh, I did. You know what? And whatever Florida's going to dish out is going to be nothing compared to what Chicago embraced me with.
Oh, the worst. The absolute worst, man. Chicago is, and by the way, Chicago is the worst. It's really funny because you get people talking about that lake effect snow, but they also, even in the summertime, love talking about all the ways that driving in Chicago is so much fun. It is a constant refrain of absolute either terror or gloom anytime anybody drives through it. Not because they don't love Chicago. They love the Cubs. They love the White Sox. They love the food. It's just driving as a truck driver in and around Chicago. How you doing? How you been? How's the law practice treating you?
I am doing wonderful and blessed as always to be able to do what I get to do on a day-to-day basis. And I'm one of those, I love Chicago. I don't love the cold. It was bone-chilling cold in Chicago, but the food never disappoints and the people are great. I love my clients there. So I do embrace it, notwithstanding the cold.
Notwithstanding. Oh, no, there is no standing. The wind will knock you down. All right, we screwed around enough. I know Dave's got some questions for you. I don't know. I wish I could dive in more today, but I don't know if you know this. I'm actually producing the show. So, Dave, take us away.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, so you're up there with a bunch of your compatriots. Was there a theme? As usually there's a theme. Was there an emphasis? And were there some sort of like backroom kind of discussions that were maybe a little unexpected?
Yeah, so every year the Transportation Lawyers Association has the Chicago Regional Seminar and Boot Camp. And it grew from like a handful of people to over 100 people, 100 transportation lawyers or more that decide to come to Chicago in January and listen to some fantastic educational programs from the top transportation lawyers in the country. And I really love what this organization has done because they break it into 2 days. And the first day is the boot camp. And the boot camp is the primer of like the basics. So if you're new to transportation law, you can come in there and learn the basics of the industry and what is going on without like feeling overwhelmed with some of the high level discussions that will go on the next day. So this is great for young lawyers or new lawyers coming into transportation law, and we want to support more people coming into this industry to defend our trucking companies and protect the logistics industry. So it's a really friendly forum for those folks to come into. And so you'll have discussions talking about what it means to be a broker and the history of MAP 21 and important things that, you know, even fundamental issues that I still have conversations with clients with, like you can't broker out of your motor carrier authority if you give a load to another broker. Just because you give the load to a broker doesn't mean that you can broker the load out if you're a motor carrier. So some things that, you know, you see in the industry that it's good to know and provide guidance and alternative options and solutions. So that primer is there the first day, and that was Thursday, the 22nd. And then Friday, you jump into all the issues that are, you know, the hot topics that we're seeing in the industry, whether it's insurance considerations and concerns for liability renewals, driver shortages, the non-domiciled rule, what's going on there. You even have presentations that will talk about demurrage charges for your motor carriers that are bringing containers in and out of the ports, and what happens when they get sued by an ocean liner for demurrage charges because they didn't collect the container or allegedly didn't collect the container in time. So you have those issues that get addressed. You have a regulatory update as well during the conference, again, talking about those hot button issues, the English proficiency rule and the impact that is having on driver eligibility. So it's a great way to see how other practitioners are dealing with these issues that we're dealing with in our practice on a day-to-day basis.
Let me ask you something, too, because it sets up the idea, one of the things I'm obsessed with both in trucking and in professions across the board, it's mentorship. And in many ways, what you kind of alluded to at the top of this is mentoring people to have a better understanding, both the clients and the newly onboarded practicing attorneys, of the ins and out of the industry. And I was always kind of curious, Bridgette, if in fact one of the things you advise people getting into it is to find a spirit animal, a trucker, you know, a particular trucker or owner-operator where there is a go-to person that you can talk to about this stuff and really have them on speed dial to kind of be able to jump in and get that going. Is that something you guys recommend or do? Do you guys have an in-council truck driver of sorts?
Well, you know, one of the things that really impressed me with the Transportation Lawyers Association goes back when I was a law student. So I was actually a student member of the organization way back when, before I got licensed and became a practitioner myself. And to your point, the whole organization is a mentor. I mean, the people that have been a part of this organization really just join as a family. And I've always been able to pick up the phone and call my fellow members and say, you know, I have a question, or have you seen this issue, or what do you think about this case, or hey, I have a client that was sued, you know, pick a state, and I'd like to associate with you as local counsel, and let's collaborate on how we can find a speedy and hopefully cost-effective resolution to this issue. And so it's rare, at least, in the legal field, where you find other lawyers that are so passionate about the subject area and then at the same time so willing to help a friend. And I've seen that, time and time again since I've been a member of this organization, I want to say since 2006. So you can really reach out to anybody. Now, they do have leadership and folks, of course, that are on the board and have a 6-year rotation to become president are always, of course, willing. But you can ask anybody who's even not on the board for guidance or mentorship. And it doesn't really matter how long you've been practicing. I mean, that's what they call it, the practice of law. We have emerging issues that we see in this industry where case law hasn't addressed an issue. And so we're thinking about how do we develop a strategy to protect the driver, to protect the trucking industry on this evolving area of the law. So I'm really honored to be part of this organization and participate in events like this, because I think it just fosters that environment where we truly need more lawyers in this field to protect our industry.
Wow, that sounds like an incredible organization. But one of the things I keep, and I've had this idea for decades about training, seminars, getting to, mentoring people within a group, and then taking people in that group and spreading the mentorship out to the folks that they serve. The idea that the continuing education has always been part and parcel of pretty much every profession except truck driving. And I say that cautiously because there have been attempts through the decades, again, to get, I remember when companies used to hand out cassette tapes to drivers, and training tapes, and you'd listen to the tape and maybe answer some questions. They did everything they could do. They couldn't go to Chicago in January and have, hundreds of people there, at the same time. So they do what they could. But it's almost like everybody gets trained. We've got Nick Wright from CVSA. He's a Kansas Highway Patrol trooper. He's going to be doing some training on their big cooperative hazardous materials development program convention that's coming up. In other words, everybody gets all of this training constantly. Do you get my point there? Is there concern in your group about the lack of real continued education for drivers? Even though the attempts are there, it doesn't ever seem to hit all the buttons.
Yeah, well, I think we're all in this state where we're all so busy, right? I mean, and there's so many important issues to address, and especially when you're running a trucking company, there's you're playing whack-a-mole sometimes, right? Mm-hmm. With regard to what issue is going to take the priority. But what I love about my clients is that they will take a driver that has been doing this for decades, and they're looking for good drivers, right? But sometimes those drivers, they have the raw material to be an asset and to become this wonderful professional truck driver that they envision in their minds to be, but they don't have the experience. I mean, I was there. I was, the young lawyer that wanted to be the transportation attorney, and I didn't have experience. And the only way you get experience is, right, you go out on the road and you learn. Well, some of my clients have developed finishing programs where they place an experienced driver in the truck, and they start out slow maybe it's, regional runs, and it's slowly incrementally challenged by the mileage or the locations that they go or the freight that they handle, right? It is a staged process so that over time, the more that the new driver gets experience, the more confident they feel. And also they learn from the wisdom and experience of their supervisor, their driver trainer, about what mistakes not to make, right? And some things you wouldn't know but for having that experience. So although we're all in the stage where we're very busy and we're tackling, urgent issues within our business, we have to set that time aside to say, but you know what? The biggest asset that we have is people, our team, and to make them feel like a family. And my clients that do that are just truly amazing. They always pick up the phone for their drivers. They talk to their drivers. They listen to their drivers. And they say, okay, what is it that, we can do for you? And what training do you need? And they look at these drivers and they invest in these drivers. And so I hear your point, and I think if you can get to that point in your business where you can devote that person and devote that time, it'll be exponential to your business, right? And I think I see that in any business, right? The more you can invest in that person and give them the time and the training and the guidance, that better that person's going to be and loyal to your company. So certainly as practitioners, we have what we want, for our clients. And of course, there's the operational realities too of, making sure we can make all these other ends meet. But that is such an important initiative, an important goal to establish. And, sometimes it means, that you may not be able to have a driver with less than 1 year experience or less than 2 years of experience. And so you may have to work with your insurance company in order to ensure that driver gets qualified under your policy and show the insurance company, okay, this person doesn't have that many years of experience, but here's what we're doing to qualify them. So there is a path for success, for training, for mentorship in the industry. And, the finishing program doesn't have to be, anything, a magnum opus encyclopedia, it can just be basic steps of how you plan to train this driver and give them the tools and the confidence that they need to be successful in their profession.
Bridgette Blitch has joined us this morning. Blitch Westley is where you want to go, blitchwestley.com. She founded that firm with a passion to serve you, those of you who are in the supply chain. And since founding the firm, she has been, a monthly reoccurring guest on Nemo Nation. Thrilled to be a member of the new reconstituted road gang. Love having you, Bridgette. Thank you for coming in, and we will talk at you sooner rather than later. And by the way,
fantastic.
Whatever cold you run into is going to be better than the Windy City. Thank you, Bridgette.
Thanks, Jimmy Mac. Take care.
All right. And by the way, I'm
safe,
going to warn all my guests that I'm just hanging up on people because I have no idea how to pick up a phone and maintain a conversation with Dave Nemo as well. Don't forget our good friend Jane Jazrawi founded Carrier's Edge to address the exact thing you're talking about. Jane's been a very, very loyal and great sponsor over these many years, and so much of what Carrier's Edge, as they get ready to name their best fleets, does is exactly that. They are the newfangled version, Dave, of that cassette tape that you're supposed to listen to. Mm-hmm. That's what they do. You can go to carriersedge.com and check them out. You can go to blitchwestley.com and check out Bridgette. She's got some stuff going on there. We got to take a quick break here. Going to come back with one of those reporters, Dave. You know how they can be. Tyson Fisher's headed our way. You know him. He's of Landline. He's the bomb thrower over there, in case you don't follow him on the social media stuff. You know he's itching to get to Minneapolis and find out what's going on. We won't be talking about that. Other great stuff coming up here, though. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, back on the road, and get back in the game.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
We are back, by the way. I'm going to get Tyson Fisher on the phone here in just uno momento. Wanted to take a moment here, though, to ask our good friend, Mr. Dave Nemo, how his weekend was. How'd you do?
Oh, didn't mean nothing.
Well, you better have something to talk about because I'm a one-man band here right now, and you got to get on. You got to start talking about something, brother. So go ahead and go.
You know, it's so funny too because when I started my radio career, I was in the studio by myself. It was a disc jockey, you know, so you'd play a record and you do a little talking, answer the phone, do a little news, you know, that whole thing. Yeah. And when we got transferred over to a talk show, I tried to do the same thing. And it was a disaster, absolute disaster. I could not hit a time cue to save my life. The folks at Sirius XM said, man, you got to get somebody in there to produce that show for you like everybody else on the planet does. So here we are. And now Jim is basically doing what I used to do back in the day, but with all new stuff that has a mind of its own. That's the digital world compared to the analog world.
And Tyson Fisher is joining us right now. I want you guys to head over to landline.media. You can find his byline over there. You can also find him on the socials of Twitter, Blue Sky, and LinkedIn. He is the associate editor at Landline Media. He's been covering this whole industry as a journalist for more than a decade. He covers all aspects of trucking with a focus on parking. Who doesn't focus on parking these days? Courts and law, which, by the way, you should read his copy over there because not only does he do a good job covering it, he does a good job explaining it in no-nonsense, really tough kind of declarative sentences. He does the tech stuff, the EVs and the AVs, and the federal government. Tyson Fisher joins us, as he sometimes is able to do on Nemo Nation. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Thanks, Tyson. How about yourself?
It's cold, I'll tell you that. We got part of that winter storm firm here in Kansas City, so we didn't get it too bad, so could be worse.
Tyson, every time we've had Jamie on here, every time we've had anybody from your copy, your world, your land on, it's not so much a matter of what is there to talk about, is what do you want to talk about, because it's a fire hose of information in all directions, whether it's the federal courts, whether it's the FMCSA, the DOT, whether it is non-domiciled issues, whether it is CDL, mills as an issue. There's always something going on. I would simply ask you in regards to what you're looking at this week. What really is cooking on your front burners? And then we'll get to the back burners in a second.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you're right. There are so many things right now. I mean, so one thing we're going to look at is with the funding bill, we have truck parking and English proficiency in there. And as you mentioned, I've been covering truck parking for a while. And so it's really great to see truck parking in this funding bill. $200 million, it's nothing to sneeze at. So hopefully, I know the House got it through. I mean, hopefully the Senate, we'll see it get all the way through and out the door. That's $200 million for truck parking. So that's great. And so that's kind of one thing that we're looking at. Another thing that I've been waiting for a while now is the Supreme Court to rule on Trump's tariffs. That was supposed to come out, or people anticipated it to come out a week or two ago. Still haven't seen it, so we're just kind of waiting on that. That could have a pretty significant impact on a lot of on drivers out there in terms of the freight coming in and out.
One of the other things, too, that you've just recently written about is the Supreme Court. And it seems as if we should have just been trusting FMCSA all along. If you're on their list, you're good to go. If you're a trucking company, you're for an ELD, if you're on the list, you're good to go. Why even ask the question whether those trucking companies are liable or safe or anything? I mean, yikes.
That amicus brief actually caught me off guard. So what we have here is a Supreme Court. It's going to rule on whether or not brokers could be held liable for a crash that a motor carrier that it hired. When a motor carrier got hired, when they get involved in a crash, can the broker be held liable? That's been a question for years. The circuit courts are split on it. The Supreme Court will finally rectify the solution or the problem here. All right, so what's interesting about this is that this has reached the Supreme Court before, or at least the C.H. Robinson has asked the Supreme Court to rule on this. They end up not picking up the case, but they did ask the United States, the federal government, hey, what do you think about this? And this was during the Biden administration, and the Biden administration was just like, yeah, brokers should be on the hook for these crashes for a variety of reasons. Fast forward to today, Supreme Court is actually hearing the case. Different White House administration, and this time the federal government's like, no, they should not be on the hook. And yeah, their argument was, and this was crazy, is that, well, the federal government already vets drivers. It's called FMCSA. And so if a motor carrier has its authority, that means it passed our vetting process through DOT and FMCSA. So therefore, why would a broker need to go through dip their toes into vetting drivers? We already did that, so why hold them liable for that? I think anyone who's been in the industry for just a few years might be a little skeptical about how good FMCSA's vetting process is. And so I just found that to be a very, I did not see that coming. It's the short story.
No, it's really weird too. And it's almost, it's an interesting thing that's happening right now. I want to go back to the Supreme Court case on tariffs as well. Cause I know you're waiting for this thing too, is that, very rarely when you hear arguments happen, I mean, we always are able to kind of guess which way the justices will go on like hot button social issues. But when it comes to the other stuff, when it comes to rules and regulations, when it comes to issues of policy rather than these kind of hot button issues that everybody seems so invested in, you have to actually listen to what happens in those rooms. And if you listened to the arguments over tariffs at the Supreme Court, I mean, it wasn't just from the three liberal judges. I mean, Amy Coney Barrett, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh really took the Attorney General to task. They really took him to task. They had him tied up in knots at some point, to a point where the guy arguing for tariffs was looking for relief from Amy Coney Barrett against Sotomayor, and she actually went deeper and longer and harder in him you possibly imagine, to the point where he finally turned to Sotomayor and said, "Get me out of this." But I mean, there's a lot to suggest. People were expecting that ruling to come down. There's a lot to suggest that the administration might not like where the court is going. We could be wrong. They could just be testing the limits of it. But from what you've been court observing, it doesn't look good for the administration on this one, does it?
Correct. No, it does not. Yeah, as you pointed out during oral arguments, I mean, most of the judges, even the more conservative ones, were pretty skeptical about whether or not Trump could, pass these or implement these tariffs in the manner that he did. This doesn't affect all the tariffs, just the ones that uses an act called IEEPA. Not going to get too deep into the legal weeds there, but it pretty much affects the big global reciprocal tariffs, right? Yeah, they're skeptical about that. And you're right. It's a big shift from this Supreme Court generally favoring the current administration on some of the bigger ticket items. There has been pressure from the federal government for the Supreme Court to not overrule this. I know President Trump has gone on social media and suggested that it would be absolutely devastating to the country if they were to overturn these. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think the issue here is, again, this IEEPA Act. And so I think that act has been around for decades, and that a single president has tried to use tariff or implement tariffs via that act. And that's because it has been pretty well understood that this act does not allow a president to implement tariffs. And so everyone's just kind of left that alone. Well, one thing that this current White House administration has been really good at is just breaking tradition and norms. And so what they're doing with these tariffs is they're pretty much, they're pushing the envelope. They're like, yeah, all the other presidents have just understood that this may not be used for tariffs, but no one's actually really tried it. And so that's where we are today. They're like, we're going to try it. And now the Supreme Court is going to decide whether or not they can or cannot. It's not looking good, but I mean, who knows nowadays?
Yeah, the thing is too. But 5 minutes listening to Barrett, there's at least 4 votes that are definitively against it. There are at least, I mean, unless she's just completely, and it happens sometimes. Sometimes you get justices who will crucify both sides, who will make them, get into all kinds of contortions, and then turn around and rule exactly the way you didn't think. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. But Barrett it was a non-starter, and she was actually getting more and more infuriated with, at one point, they just pretty much said, answer the question. They got. I mean, it was a stunning moment where basically Sotomayor jumped in with her, and they both said, "You need to answer the justice's question. You're playing games." And it was kind of interesting to watch him kind of dance around it, because he was trying to say that was a good foundation, and they're like going, "That's never been a foundation ever." And it's really interesting. Okay, we're going to pivot back to some less contentious issues. What are you looking at in regards to the man on the street stuff? The stuff, everything, of course, affects our friends out there on the road. But what on the ground level, the micro level, are you looking at in the coming weeks?
I mean, right now, and this has been the story for the past several years, is everyone's kind of concerned about rates and whether or not they're going to go up. The OIDA Foundation put out their reports. They're cautiously optimistic, looking ahead further into this year, probably, more than the second half of this year for rates going up. So you're kind of paying attention to all of the factors that lead into that. A lot of people think that, this non-domicile CDL English proficiency enforcement could, you take enough drivers off the road and bring up rates. We're kind of looking at those numbers. We don't have enough of the data now to kind of come to any conclusion, but we are certainly looking at that. And when those numbers are more concrete, we'll definitely report on them.
in terms of how many people there actually are caught up in that. You know, when you hear numbers like 200,000, you know, drivers all of a sudden, it's
Right.
a lot of people, and it can't be true. It just doesn't work out that way.
No, and that was the number I believe that the DOT initially put out there. Like their claim was we could get up to $200,000 or 200,000 drivers off the road with non-domiciled CDLs. Again, it's nearly impossible to determine how many drivers have a non-domiciled CDL, how many drivers are out there. And that's why I say this, like, we're kind of trying to pour through those numbers because those numbers are difficult to accurately ascertain right now. And so that's kind of the issue that we're at. So, you know, I know the DOT has claimed, several thousand drivers have been taken off the road from non-domiciled CDL enforcement or in English proficiency, you know, but other people look at the numbers, they're getting a different set of data. So I was like, okay, does everyone just take a step back and let's just try to, you know, find out let's wait till the official numbers really do come out. We just don't really have that right now. And there's different ways you can come to get those numbers and get those conclusions. And so pretty much it's kind of this holding pattern. It's like, let's just wait for all this to kind of shake out. Let's wait for the official numbers to pour in, which takes a little while for that data to come.
It does,
and then we'll see where it goes. Yeah.
And by the time that data,
yeah.
Well, I was going to say, by the time the data comes in, the deal is over anyway. It's forgotten because something else has popped up. I mean, you know what I mean? You get the fire, then you get the smoke, and then you get the ashes, and that's where we'll be. I mean, somebody will put some more kindling on it and start it up again sometime. I know that sounds crazy, but my wife gave me a pin for Christmas, and it said, and I'm wearing it right now, it says, "Surely not everybody was kung fu fighting." And you know what I'm getting at there.
Right.
Oh, goodness. But we'll keep on fighting.
That is the truth. But I tell you, you know why you can't tell if everybody was? Because the people that were fast as lightning.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just as simple as that.
That's right. That's right.
Tyson Fisher has joined us this morning. We've taken a very bad trip back to the 70s through no fault of his. Landline.media is where you can find his byline. You can also find him on the socials at Twitter, Blue Sky, and LinkedIn. Find me over at Blue Sky, brother. I'm over there too as well. I'll find you. You'll know who I am when I pop into your life. Thank you, Tyson. Be good, be well, and keep up the good work, all right?
Always a pleasure speaking with you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Tyson Fisher.
Tyson Fisher is always a groovy dude. And speaking of groovy, cool acoustics, how about we have some now?
That little guitar piece is not as easy to play as it sounds. Cody Koehler is going to be joining us here. He's back with us. He is the Senior VP of Sales and Marketing for ANZ Trucking. And, of course, he has that podcast. You go to YouTube and go to @Cody Koehler, Koehler, AZ Trucking, @Cody Koehler, AZ Trucking. Cody, good morning. Great to have you back on the show.
Good morning. Yeah, thanks for having me.
So what's cooking? What is important to you on this? Is this the last Monday of January already?
You bet your ass it is, pal.
It is.
Wow.
Yeah,
Got here awful
last
fast.
Monday and biggest storm for the last few years, right?
Yeah, all on the same day at the same time. Exactly.
Yep. I mean, that's the biggest news right now is just surviving what's happened across the United States right now. So.
Yeah, and see how long it takes for things to get back to quote unquote normal, and then the next storm comes up and throws everything out of the thing. I was
Hopefully not. Knock on wood.
Looking at the website, and you guys put out some things about some of the different sections of trucking. You're mainly, of course, interested in refrigerating, but it says looking ahead to 2026, forecasts are cautiously optimistic. Most projections show spot rates increasing roughly 2 to 6% at peak points. Not as a sustained move. Contract rates.
Cody, I'm going to cut Dave off. So you guys are optimistic about stuff. Tell us what's going on, what that crystal ball says.
Just everything from a microeconomic level, not really. I mean, if you look at everything that is getting put out there from a sales perspective, from an economic standpoint, it's not all positive. I mean, you got the one side that's saying everything's positive, the other side that's saying it's not positive. But looking at how we went through peak season this year, pardon me, guys, I've had a cold the last 2 weeks, so my voice is going out. But peak season this year was very elevated compared to peak season the last few years. And that's due to lack of capacity as well as actually stronger demand than we had forecasted. So I think that'll continue, at least from a refrigerated standpoint. The biggest thing always for us, we're driven by produce, right? Produce is always going to be the one that is the driving factor for rates and capacity for the refrigerated market. And we're looking ahead to hearing positive things about water levels this year, which is great. It seems like the last 5 years, it's either been flooding in California or drought in Arizona and California. This year, it sounds like we should have some normal water levels. So that's always a positive thing to hear. So we're forecasting a little bit up from last year, but I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. I don't think it's going to be anything like 2020 again or a 2018.
But the other thing that does seem to that the crystal ball does seem to suggest in regards to what is positive is that which is not negative. And I'm not being simplistic when I say that. There seems to be some sort of stabilization, is what a lot of your numbers seem to be telling you. That which is bad is not awful, and that which is good is a little bit better than it's been recently. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely.
So let's talk about the things that continue to trouble you, because you said there's the gloom and doomers, and of course, but what is really, is there any flashpoint for you where you say to yourself, man, that's a problem, that we've got to get this fixed, we've got to get this straightened out? Is there anything really in particular that has you worried, that slides us back into a recession as opposed to a slow grind recovery?
Me personally, it's interest rates. I think that we haven't found that sweet spot with interest rates. I mean, the majority of, I think it's like close to 20% of freight revolves around the housing market, and that's dry, flatbed, even reefer. Think about reefer hauling stuff for homes, but it's all driven by new home builds and new home sales, right? Because most people, I moved a year and a half ago, and of course, you got to get new furniture, you got to get new cabinets, you got to get new all sorts of stuff, right? So I think the interest rates got to find that sweet spot to jumpstart the market. And as soon as that happens, I think that's going to be the most positive and impactful thing that can happen. Where that is, I'm not sure if it's in that 4.5 range or 4. I'm not sure exactly. But I think the interest rates are really going to be what dictates when the next big market shift happens.
One of the things, Cody, you mentioned, crops and things like that. I saw a story about Mississippi rice farmers who are saying we're just basically going to let this stuff rot because nobody is buying it. It's a completely losing proposition. I don't know if you're familiar with that particular, that particular thing with Mississippi rice, but do you see other pockets where produce is just cost more than too much to grow and they can't sell it?
So we had a similar towards the end of the Yuma season last year. So a lot of, most people are probably familiar, at least in the trucking world, familiar with the Salinas and Yuma transition. But Yuma transitions back to the Salinas growing season in April. Last year, right around March, sales were so slow that there was a lot that was rotten in the fields out there that they were just going to till back up because they couldn't sell it for even a break even.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And then there's another thing too that I don't know if anybody's looking at this time of the year, but the Mississippi River's been so low over the last couple of summers that especially soybeaners in the Midwest, who usually bring it to the river, put it on barges, and then bring it down here to New Orleans, that wasn't happening. They had to go west with it, which was almost impossible to do with any success. Do you see, are you guys looking at the river at this point overall in terms of Midwest, say mainly soybeans?
No, I'm actually not familiar with that. That is an area of ag that we don't touch.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things too, where so much this kind of goes all back to we were talking with Tyson Fisher before you came on about the tariffs, and we were talking about the interest rates. Those are the two big things that people in trucking have no control of. You can make your plans, you can figure out your lanes, you can keep up with your bottom line, and that you can plan to be only running for 10 months out of 12. I don't mean you should do that. I mean that's what you should assume is going to happen. All of that stuff is great, but the two big variables in this are stuff that truckers don't have a lot of control over, and the people who work in the industry don't have a lot of control over, which of course is the effect of tariffs and whatever Chairman Powell decides to do, right? And so what I was going to ask you about the interest rate situation is how does one plan to the problem is a lot of times we're talking about this, by the time you go racing to the market that seems to be taking off, you're already late. By the time you've acted on what's going to happen with interest rates, you're already too late. So how do you set yourself up as somebody who's an owner-operator, independent, or even a small truck company? How do you prepare for what to do next when those interest rates actually hit that sweet spot? Can you put yourself in a position to maximize the opportunity that interest rates that may play better for you are? Are you following me with that question, Cody? It's a little bit long, but
Yeah, I mean, this is the part of the cycle where long-term forecasts are going to be wrong. I mean, you can bet on that because you really don't know when those changes are going to happen. You just know they're going to happen, right? So my best advice to anybody out there is to make, and I'm probably going to sound like a broken record, but build those relationships with your customers. Make sure that they're understanding everything. Not everybody listens to the same news, so make sure that you're educating your customers on what's going on out there as well. Because it's not just going to be, if you've got to go back and renegotiate rates one way or the other, either up or down, you're not the only carrier / broker or anybody that's going to be doing that. And the best thing, because I was on the shipper side for about 12 years, the best thing you can do is keep them educated, because you don't want them to get blindsided with what's going on in the market. You want them to be prepared so that they can go to whoever they need to go to, whether that's their bosses, board of directors, or whatever, and prepare them, because it's give and take. And the best thing I can tell anybody is don't try and bank on anything long term. If you're trying to forecast more than probably 4 months out right now, you're probably going to be wrong.
I love that. I love the fact that it's like you actually giving us a piece of certainty in the uncertainty of the universe. I love that. That makes me really happy. Like you can tell people, look, you can't bank on a lot of stuff, but let me tell you something right now. Anybody predicts anything with any certainty right now, they're probably wrong. That's the one thing you can take to the bank. That's kind of great. All right, let's just get really micro now. What this week? What this week are you looking at? Is there any kind of number or any kind of event that you're looking at to try to get a little crystal ball sense of what's going on out there in the world? Any kind of holidays, any sort of, there is Valentine's Day coming up that has effects on the lanes going down to Miami and all of that. But is there anything in your brain?
Honestly, just winter weather. I mean, that's always the wild card every Q4, Q1. It's going to be, how drastic is it? Where is it at? You're always going to have storms. Every year you're going to have storms, and it's just, does it affect the major shipping lanes? I think this storm is going to have a major effect for at least the next week, because it's always going to mess rotation up, and rotation takes a little bit, especially your OTR. That's going to take a little bit to clear out. Everybody's hours get reset different now. Nobody's running smooth and clean. So I think that winter weather is the biggest thing to look for. Valentine's Day is kind of a little bump in the road. Easter can be a little bump in the road coming up. But outside of that, for us, it's always what's happening in the housing market, because usually spring is driven by two events, which is new home builds. They tend to take off in spring because the weather's getting better. They can start building, and then produce season. Those two things are the two things that kind of kick off the summer. If we have a very very busy March and April, then that means that May, June, and July are going to be barn burners. If we don't have a very busy March and April, it's probably going to be a little ho-hum like it's been the last couple of years.
A lot to look forward to, a lot to kind of check out, a lot to kind of keep up with. Cody Koehler does that very well. He is the Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing for A&Z Trucking. You can find him, by the way, over at YouTube on Cody Koehler, A-Z Trucking. It's good stuff, by the way, and we're glad to have you as always. Get over that cough, man. Make yourself feel better. We need you. We need your voice in the industry. Thank you, Cody.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
You got it, man. Nemo Nation, by the way, will continue on the flip side of all of this stuff. I got to call all these people after the show and say, hey, man, I wasn't hanging up on you. I'm a one-man band over here. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and, of course, we miss phone master Andre Thibodeau, who is over in Ocean Springs. We miss you, buddy. I know he's listening because he actually reached out and told me we're sounding pretty good. Well, you're sounding pretty good, Dave. I don't know how the hell I'm sounding. But we got to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side as Nemo Nation continues to race madly down the road. By the way, today is National Community Organizer Day. What is that as a profession? Have you ever organized a community? Oh, wait a minute. Nemo Nation.
It's an organized community.
You call these guys organized?
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It is Nemo Nation, by the way, and it is National Community Organizer Day. It was a really weird day in terms of national days. Nothing really caught my fancy, and they had that one like at the top. But you think about the fact that there are some terms, Dave, that get a bad rap. That's one of them. I mean, basically, it's like, if you're in fact a pastor, you're a community organizer. If you're a Little League coach, you're a community organizer. So if that's what they mean, well, then a big salute to all of those folks out there. You can give us a call, by the way, during any of our guests, as always, at 615-292-6366. So a few folks drop in and then dropped off, thought, I don't want to call during a guest, but you're welcome to call during a guest. We love hearing from you guys. You are the lifeblood of what we do. And if you see anything weird out there or cold out there, like our good friends Tom Bray and Marshall have, our good friend Trucker Boaston has, you're more than welcome to kind of drop in and just simply give us an update. Almost every single guest we've had come on this morning, Dave, has somehow managed to drop in the weather. I'm not pressuring our next guest to do that, but what do you say we have him join us right now?
Truckin' Ray is joining us right now. It's good to have him back. Ray Lampkins, of course, is Truckin' Ray, professional driver, founder of the 3-Axle Coffee, and the host of That's Delivered, the That's Delivered podcast. He's sharing real stories from the road, conversations that matter most to the real folks on the road, the drivers. Hey, Ray, good morning. Good to have you back.
Oh, hold on one second. Maybe I should do my job. Hey, Ray, now you're on the air. You like that? There you go.
I love it. Hey, man, thanks for having me back on the show again. It's a pleasure, as always, to be on RadioNemo. You guys are awesome. I love what you guys are doing.
Well, thank you, Ray. Thank you. And hey, I don't think it's too late to say Happy New Year. We still have one more week of the first month to go. And the gym is already just starting to empty out just a touch.
I thought you meant my brain. You said gym, and I'm like, I thought my brain was getting emptied out. That's absolutely true, too. Hey, Ray, let's just kind of jump in here. You actually are a big supporter, as we are, of Truckers Against Trafficking, TAT, now known as TAT. Talk about your own episodes and your own podcast. Let us know what's going on with that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. January, first of all, is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. So, it's great that we have such great support for that organization, Truckers Against Trafficking, or tatnonprofit.org. You guys can go out and check that out. These folks train us. They spot the signs at truck stops, rest stops. Just great people making a lot of great changes in the trucking industry and also around any profession, like even just in occupational labor and things like that, where trafficking is still predominant. And Kelly Marshall, she did a great job with that, being on the podcast. She's a survivor, TAT. She's a trainer. She laid it out on That's Delivered that traffickers groom with fake help, debt traps, and control. They look for red flags like young people, to control. You may see something like that when you're out and about. Try to spot it if you can, whether they're not doing any talking, no ID, no cash, they seem scared, or, you just get these weird vibes. So it says better to call than not to call at all. So they got that number you can call, 888-373-7888, or you could even text at 233-733. So I love what those guys are doing over there, and yes, they gave me the pleasure to have those guys on the show.
Yeah, Kelly is she's remarkable. She was with us last year on the old platform, and everybody at TAT is so dedicated and so well versed and so well trained. We were talking about training and the lack thereof a little bit earlier on the program. Not in this regard, but in every regard. So thank you for your great support of TAT, and I've enjoyed the episode 115 last Thursday with Kelly on That's Delivered.
Yeah, thanks, man. It was awesome. And you guys do a great job, too, having those guys on the show. Also want to mention something a little tastier. I got a truck stop that I really like right now.
I was hoping. We've been sitting on that, man. We're like, here it comes. Go on, man.
Yeah. Oh, man, I love it. The Duck Stop Travel Center, and they're located in Hoskins, Illinois. So you guys can see them off of 294. The owner over there, Johnny, man, he's got great plans to expand and build more spots. He's such a great guy. He's got great energy. I mean, they got killer burgers, hot dogs, fresh ice cream, coffee as well. So real food and good portions. So if you go in there and you fill up, I mean, they're looking to take care of you guys. I think they're the next up and coming to keep on your list. If you haven't been there to support them, I think you got to keep them on your list and try them out.
There's been a real demand recently. I've been noticing this online. People have had a real hunger, pun intended, for a sit-down truck stop. people have really been, people have directly reached out to me and asked me to reach out to TA, like I can call Debbie Buffett at the blink of an eye and just say, Debbie, put more restaurants in these places. But are you finding that in the truckers that you talk to as well, that people really seem to miss those sort of real watering holes, those sort of real kind of, greasy spoons, a chance to kind of shoot the breeze and hang out with people around a counter or in a booth?
Absolutely. I mean, you're out there and you're grinding. I think the best way to try to make things as more normal is to have a place to sit down and have a great meal. So doing that, I think as a business owner, entrepreneur, making that available for the trucking industry is going to be huge. I think they're going to reach huge dividends on that. So big ups to any owners out there or corporations that are looking to expand and make that available. Please do so. So we're supporting it because it helps with the morale in the trucking industry and also in the community. It's great to know or to see truck drivers out there. I think truck stops and those places like that are going to be great.
The truck stop, I think more truck stops are trying to create an experience. And it's funny because if they just go back to the way things used to was as the late John Parker would say, you'd have that experience. You'd have the driver counter. You'd have this, the areas where drivers get everything they need, and then you have all the family stuff too at the same time. But getting away from the mechanisms of food delivery and all of that stuff, I think getting back to the human basis is what we're really looking for, and that's old-fashioned. Everything new is old again, right? Or everything old is new again.
Right.
But what we're doing here and what you do on That's Delivered is pretty new, too, and I know you wanted to say a little bit about that before we ease away here.
Oh, man. I think I can't say enough. The mainstream media has this way of getting information out there, but I think podcasting, what we're able to do here at RadioNemo or any trucking podcast, I really want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate what you're doing. I think it goes deeper, the real talk, the trucking life, safety awareness, things like that. Even, the duck stop, things like that, I think Mother Trucker, he does a good job as well, putting the news out there. By the way, Mother Trucker, Johnny, he's really hoping that you guys can come check him out at that food stop, to give him a shout out there too, put that plug in there. I think it's just great that we're connecting with drivers, reaching cabs nationwide. I think if people understand that the authenticity that people can bring through podcasting is so important, I think it's a game changer. And I think if people listen to podcasts and support them, I think they're going to reap good rewards. I don't think they're going to lose out in any way because there's so many out there. And I think the healthy competition with each other to be honest and truthful about what's going on instead of just fabricating something to get clicks and likes, I think it's going to really help mankind to be on the right track for not a lot of bad made-up manufactured news.
Yeah, and you don't have that corporate overlay either, which basically infiltrates everything. It's real people talking to real people.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. We'd love to have you on a little bit longer. We'll get you on for a long-form interview sooner rather than later. Ray, it's always good to talk with you, man. Keep up the good work.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
And here we go, and away we went. It's time to go to the West Coast now. Raman Dhillon is joining us. Good to have him back. He is the CEO of the North American Punjabi Trucking Association and the founder and the CEO of Punjabi Trucking Magazine. And getting back to the podcasts here, the Punjabi Trucking 360 podcast. Raman, good morning, and good to have you back on the show, and Happy New Year.
Good morning. Happy New Year to everyone. And good to be back over here.
Well, we've been talking about the weather to everybody pretty much east of the Rockies this morning, and
Yes.
they closed the schools here in New Orleans, Raman, because it got down to freezing. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Wow.
There's no storm, there's no snow, there's no ice. It's just cold, colder than we can take it. But what's first on your list here this morning in terms of what you guys in the North American Punjabi Trucking Association are involved with? What are you guys looking at right now?
Well, right now what we are involved in trying to reach out to our members, trying to understand who is, getting what, because it's so much chaos right now. People don't have a clear idea that what's going on, and even right now, the California DMV start sending the letters out to the people randomly, or I don't know what is their criteria to send the letters out, asking people to come to DMV for the English proficiency test. And so that is just recently happened last week, so it started doing that. So people, they don't understand what's going on.
When you see an ad in the newspaper for sale at a store, it says up to 25% off, up to $100. Okay. And Tom Bray just pointed this out on our chat on YouTube, and we were just talking with Tyson Fisher a little bit earlier from Landline about some of the issues, and the whole non-domiciled thing, the whole English-speaking thing. Up to 200,000 drivers are illegal. That up to is the key there. And when the smoke clears, as Tom pointed out, a lot of those guys, they're going to be gone. A lot of it's not really real in the first place. So that 200,000, Lord knows how many people that really is. Do you see that as a glaring fault here, or a glaring misinterpretation? How do we deal with these up to numbers?
It is because see that is the thing. That is why I say that there's so much chaos, because nobody knows exactly what is going on, and any of the DMV does not have a clear idea that how they're going to deal with these issues. And I mean, it's just you're absolutely right. It says up to 200,000. I mean, what number is exact number? They should have that exact number, because it's not hard for them. But I think it's just they're trying to keep people into that area, gray area, that nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah, because I think when the smoke clears on this, you're going to pretty much find out that there's not a lot going on at all. What you do out there, it's like those big accidents, You have this big accident with a big trucking company and several people are killed, and it's a horrific scene, and it just lives on and on and on for months in the news and the headlines, and then the trial starts up, and then it starts all over again. So 15 years later, you're still looking at this case with the same intensity as you were when it happened, because of the constant buildup. And I think that constant buildup in this case is pretty much going to turn out to be about the same thing. Otherwise, my God, the highways here would be absolute pandemonium. It would look like World War III out there if things were as bad as they seem to be on somebody's paper.
Absolutely. I mean, if you listen to them or read them, I mean, it seems like that the world is going to end. And people, they think and exactly. Where I live right now, our area, Sacramento area, local radio station. I think it's also the situation with these lawyers and all these people to glorify all these things, and it's just right now it just looks like that everybody is looking at the big trucks thinking that this is it. I mean, we can't go on a road, or it looks like that people are out there killing people. It's just not right.
Yeah, and there really is a sense of, look, if there's a problem and it can help and we can make the road a safer place, there's a lot of people who are invested in getting involved and doing what they can to help. But there seems to be a lot of vagueness to what is being kind of offered here. It goes back to up to 200,000. Well, that could be 5. It's not, but it could be 5. I mean, 5 up to 200,000. And that's kind of one of the issues. So I would ask you what you guys are doing to kind of combat that. I don't even want to use the word combat, but to make sure that your organization and organizations in trucking in general, no matter where they are or what kind of trucking they're doing, are able to kind of put a best foot forward for the industry and a best foot forward for the people who actually are playing by the rules and doing things the right way, and to let more people know that's the majority of what's happening out on the highway. Because as you've said, as Dave said, if this was happening on a daily basis, I mean, it would be a much different situation. Yeah. It would be literally the headline news until it stopped. And it's not. On a local, all you have to do is go check out local news, and you're not seeing an unending stream of these stories. This is the kind of stuff that it's only a headline news when you take an individual story and make it the headline for 2 to 3 weeks at a time. So what are you guys doing? We got about 2 minutes here. We'll give you the last words. Tell folks how it is you're pushing back and getting the positive word out.
So the first thing on the pushback is, to come back on podcasts like you and, talking to the newspapers. I'm going to talk to New York Times in about 2 hours. So I'm constantly on with the newspapers podcast, wherever I can, to go and, put our perspective out in front of the people. Another side that we reach out to our community from our podcast or radio station to reach out to them to make them understand that don't make stupid mistakes, don't do stupid things, or don't do those things. So kind of like we are working on both sides of the page, that trying to put them into the position that where they understand what's going on, trying to reach out to them to make sure that they understand what the rule and regulations are. And then on another side, trying to reach out to the mainstream industry to tell them that, hey, listen, you know what? This is not the whole community. This is not the people. I mean, we are in this industry for 30, 40 years, maybe 50 years. Some of the people are over here. And we're fine. We have excellent records, excellent companies, working good. So it's just right now reaching out to both sides, trying to get these things calmed down.
Well, I'll tell you what, can't thank you enough for doing what you're doing, and thank you so much for being with us here. And we certainly will ask you back on the program many times, Raman. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And anytime I'll be available.
Raman Dhillon, everybody. He publishes the Punjabi Trucking Magazine. And, of course, you want to catch the Punjabi Trucking 360 podcast on all of those platforms that you're usually finding. The North American Punjabi Trucking Association. Well, we're moving on here. And Denise Rondini hopefully will be with us in place of Mike Roth this morning for our take a look at what NAPFTDS is up to. And coming up, I don't. Okay. All right. We're going to be talking with either Denise or Mike here in just a moment. And Martin Garsee is going to be joining us at the bottom of the hour. Martin is the executive director for the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, NAPFTDS. And Nick Wright will be joining us a little bit later on. Now, I met Nick, when was that? It was last year sometime. I have no clue what it was. It could have been wintertime. But they were here for us, CVSA, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance. for their annual meeting here in New Orleans. And we had the opportunity to go down and meet with a bunch of those guys. Nick is with the Kansas Highway Patrol. He's a technical trooper. He's also the vice chairman of the program that puts CVSA's Hazmat Conference together. That's called COHMED, COHMED. That stands for Cooperative Hazardous Materials Enforcement Development Program, COHMED, and they have a big conference coming up, which is, wow. I'll tell you what, if you took a look, you know how you can get a document on your computer, and then you can find out how many times a certain word shows up? The word training shows up more than you can count. That's what they do for 4 days. They train. And Jim is going to talk to you about the importance of training here in just a moment.
So how did you find out, how did you know about Mike's changing over? Did you talk to Mike?
No, he sent me an email.
Did he give you a number?
No.
Did you direct him to Claire and have her give him a number?
I didn't think of it at the time, and no.
Okay, so we're not going to have a guest until the end of this segment. We'll have more guests coming up here after Mike Roth. Martin Garsee is going to be joining us for the full half hour on Nemo Nation. We'll get this stuff all worked out. We'll get some people in here.
I can tell you a little bit about what they're up to next month. Though.
Tell me what's going on.
In February, they're going to 4 different conferences in February alone. Luckily, 3 of them are in the same town, and that's Las Vegas. That kind of saves the day, but they're going to be out in San Diego at Distributech. They will be at the American Truck Dealers Association. Mike is going to speak there. And that'll be in Las Vegas next month. Also, Manifest is another organization, another big show that's coming up on the 9th to the 11th. And then the GeoTab Connect conference in Las Vegas. And so NACFE is going to be all over Las Vegas and then out at San Diego next month.
It's findings time, by the way, in the industry. It's findings time. Hey, guys, give us a call, 615-292-633-66. You know that spells Nemo at the end. And when I say it's finding time, let me kind of explain what I mean by that. The reason why you have all these conferences, TCA, the stuff that's going on in Las Vegas, Matt's coming up in March, is that the way all this is kind of put together with a lot of the bigger conferences and a lot of the stuff that goes on in the first 3 months of the year, best fleets to drive for, is that it's almost like bringing everybody together for these different separate events. And you kind of gather them all up, and when you gather them up, what you end up doing is that you kind of, allow people to set goals, destinations, give you a sense of what happened last year, and then give you stuff to kind of aim for this year. All of that stuff plays a large part in figuring out what the rest of the year is going to look like. If you noticed, by the way, when Rebecca came on, Rebecca Brewster this morning joined us this morning for ATRI on the Air, the brief thing we do at the top. She's looking for RAC members. Everybody's kind of getting their ducks in a row in January, then they kind of have their meetings in February and March, and then the year really kicks in. And they do that, by the way, in case you haven't figured it out, the bunch of you, is that you guys, some of you, by the way, have pretty stable situations in January, but for a lot of people, they come out of Christmas, and then January is that really rough quarter. For a lot of people, it's a really rough quarter. For a lot of shippers and receivers, it's a rough quarter. And with that in mind, why not have a meeting? Why not get a chance to kind of catch up and take inventory of where you're at and where you're headed next? And that plays a lot. So when you see all that stuff coming up, making its way over to you, it's not just a matter of what are we going to do? It's a matter of what are we going to do? It's a matter of really kind of locking this stuff in and getting yourself set up, because once we get to the second quarter, as our earlier guest Cody talked about, then we start heading into the festival season, which of course is the harvest season, and that's when the lanes should start heating up because in April you're going to get those housing starts going. In April you're going to start having festivals, which of course signify the harvest, and all of that stuff plays a large part in kind of figuring out what the rest of the year is going to look like. So now's your chance to start figuring out what you're going to do with mats, where you're going to go next, the associations. Maybe you don't belong to a couple. Maybe it's time you look to some groups to join. OIDA, you can join your statewide ATA. There's a lot of stuff on the table that you can look at as well. All of that is kind of worth planning for as you make your way into 2026. 250 years of America. Welcome to her terrible 2.5s. We're going to take a quick break here. Jimmy Mack, Dave Nemo, take you a little further down the road. You can give us a call as well, especially during Martin Garsee, just good people. Dave will be back on the other side of this. Big shout out to Phone Master Dre. Helped me out this morning a lot over there with just a Google Meet and a lot of grit. We'll be right back.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
You know, we want to give a big shout out. The Super Bowl is now decided. Of course, it's the Seattle Seahawks versus the New England Patriots. It's a rematch of sorts. Nobody involved with those teams is kind of there anymore, but Mike Vrabel has a real connection to all that stuff. I'm also talking about it, too, because there's going to be the Wounded Warriors versus the NFL All-Stars, the NFL Legends. B.J. Ganem got the funding again for that great game, that really fun event up in Santa Clara in the San Francisco area. By the way, the 49ers do not... I got to tell you, there's so much I dislike about professional football, I won't lie to you. And one of the things is that how often unconnected the teams actually are to those communities. Those stadiums tend to be out in the middle of nowhere. They're always a far drive. People aren't like walking out of the stadium back into the city. The few places where it does happen are remarkable. But one of the great things is our good friend B.J. Ganem and a lot of his friends and associates and a lot of NFL legends are going to be giving their time to raise money for a good cause and give some Wounded Warriors a chance to take on some NFL All-Stars in a really fun game of flag football. It's a really great time. And speaking of great times, I always have a terrific time at the NAPFTDS. Always have a good time there when I go to their conferences and their events. The National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools. And the guy, well, the executive director of NAPFTDS.org, joins us this morning. You can find them at their website or on LinkedIn. Hey, Martin Garsee, how you doing? What are you doing? Where you been and where you going?
Well, I'm doing well. In Houston, when they just use the word ice or snow, everything shuts down. So we're shut down for the weekend and for today, and I think we dodged the bullet in many ways. There wasn't near as much rain as they anticipated, so there's less ice, and we did not get snow. As you know, I live on the south side of Houston, and Houston is so large. Sometimes the north side of Houston, south side of Houston is 5 to 10 degrees difference when fronts are moving through and rain and all that stuff. So
Martin, did we lose you there?
I think the indication is.
I think signs
pretty
point to yes. He
apparent.
might have muted himself by that point. He was cooking, he was rolling, he was making things happen, and we lost him. So I'm going to put him on hold for a second. I'm going to put him on hold, see if we can get him back on the air. Dave,
Yes.
why don't you let people know who's coming up in the next few segments?
Well, in the next few segments, after Martin, Nick Wright is going to join us. I mentioned Nick a little bit earlier. Met him at the CVSA conference here in New Orleans last year. He's with the Kansas Highway Patrol. He is the vice chair of the program that puts together COHMED, C-O-H-M-E-D. It's the Cooperative Hazardous Materials Enforcement Development Program. And they're going to have a big 4-day conference where they're going to do nothing but training. And then they're going to do some more training.
And then some training after that.
Yeah.
Martin knows a thing or two about training. He's back with us. Hey, Martin, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just
You
fine.
sound
Just
great.
just sound great, brother. Okay, so you got to deal with all this weather, of course, which we've been dealing with down here. Of course, we was concerned with Dre over in Mississippi and Madison across town that we had to make a call, and I said, look, I'm going in regardless, but I understand people's worries and all that. And you guys had the same thing we had. We had wind early in the morning after the rain came, and it blew away all the water. And when it did it didn't freeze all the streets here in New Orleans. So it just meant for really easy driving this morning with nobody else around terrorizing the highways and byways. What is coming up, and what are you doing with yourself in regards to the NAPFTDS? What are you guys looking at?
Well, we're just wrapping up our, at the fall we do our regional conferences across the country, and we have one more coming up, and I think Misty was on your program last week and talked about that this week in Tucson at Pima Community College, and then getting ready for our annual event, which is April 12th through the 14th in Ivins, Utah, which is right outside of St. George and about 90 miles north of Las Vegas. Beautiful. I don't know if I've talked to you since I've been there, but facility, and it's just a gorgeous facility, but it's also right there by Zion National Park and Bryce Canyon and several other national parks, and just beautiful country. Of course, when you live in flat Houston, everything's pretty, right?
And by the way, with Houston, I don't know if people know this. Houston goes on forever. A lot of cities go up. Houston does go up. Houston's got some up areas, but much like Phoenix, Arizona, Houston goes out. It goes out and it goes out and it goes long. I mean, it's almost like a game of street football. Go long, and it continues to kind of expand and grow every minute of the day. I was also going to ask you as well, as you kind of as we kind of been talking about this. I was kind of curious. You guys have any membership goals this year? Because it's a big year for you guys in the same way it's a big year for anybody who's in training, who's in basically giving the next generation CDLs, because you guys have a real opportunity now because they're cracking down on the folks who don't join organizations like yours because they're not legit, because they're fly-by-nighters. And you have a real opportunity here, it seems like, that organizations like yours and the CVTA are in a unique position to maybe see some growth. Do you have any expectations of that?
We absolutely do, and we actually, through our marketing committee and also through our finance committee, we're setting a budget for this year. Back, in the December, early January time, we were talking about that, and we've ramped up what we're going to do with a little bit of marketing, but also more of a contact and reaching out to people. And we're looking at the, you can go on the FMCSA website, the TPR website, and look and see who's in trouble and who's being. And we've got a person in our organization that's actually reaching out to those people and say, hey, what's going on? How can we help you? Even though they're not a member. And of course, obviously, our goal is looking at hopefully substantial growth this year. We have a lot of things going on with so many people, the state's removing people from removing the CDLs, and we have a conversation about that. But we know that the number of CDL drivers is going to shrink over the next few months and years. And so we're ramping up in many areas trying to make sure that we can fill that gap so that the freight can still be delivered. So, yeah, we have a lot of opportunity at the school level and at the association level.
And it seems, what's really interesting, it seems that if, in fact, it's done right, replacing those people who have been ushered out of the industry is not necessarily a bad thing, because it also actually helps fix the capacity problem. But it does mean as more fly-by-nights go away, as more of these, for lack of a better term, because they're crude in and of themselves, the wham, bam, thank you, ma'am sort of training programs that are out there, if we begin to really kind of squeeze them and they begin to disappear, it means that the next generation of drivers are going to be moving through programs like yours, are going to be moving through programs like some of these private companies that actually do things right. And if that's the case, it might take a little bit longer to get these guys up and running, but it means that the ones who actually do enter the industry are going to be better trained, which means they're going to be better designed for the long haul. That's ultimately the goal here, right? Because you guys want to push to kind of increase those standards, correct?
Absolutely. And the feds talked about it for many years, and in 2015 we had negotiated rulemaking, and it finally come out in 22 of the entry-level driving standards. And the enforcement piece is just now coming around from that whole process last year. And so, a shout out to Federal Motor Carrier and that they have listened to CBTA, to NAPFTDS. In fact, you've probably talked to some of the people that's on the task force that we have met consistently with Federal Motor Carrier. We'll continue to meet with them, coming up in February, 1st of February. We'll be meeting again and looking at the audits or the results, not the actual audits, but the results of what's going on and kind of next steps. And so I would say they got caught flat-footed on the enforcement piece, and that's behind us now, but they're out there working, and there's still a lot to be done. Our preliminary information, I think, is interesting. There was quite a few people when they received the notice of being audited back in December, actually just voluntarily removed themselves from the TPR.
Best case scenario. Best case scenario, isn't it? They get to walk away. It's like I've always said, I made my money, I got my goodies. I am not going to push my luck. I'm going to exit, shuffle off to Buffalo, as it were. Right.
and the good part that we see out there is by them just making some changes in how they address that, cleaning up the TPR roles, and just the ability for they designed programs, I guess it is, to go in and start looking at stuff and the variances, people who not testing very many people, or just several different criteria so they can drill in, because when they were, I don't know what was the high number of 30-something thousand on the TPR, and that was locations and everything. To get your arms around that would be massive. But once they will clean up that role from the kind of the peripheral things that they can easily detect, then they may have, whatever that number looks like, then drilling down a little bit deeper will be better. And the good part is this administration, the Chief Barr and also Secretary Duffy are against the self-certification process that's in effect now. So we're optimistic that that will go away and people have to actually prove that they're a legitimate school. If it needs to be licensed by the state, you have to show your license. And many things that will clean that up. And then ultimately the goal is safe roads. Good drivers, safe roads.
I was going to ask you this because you're a guy who actually understands, not that the CVTA doesn't understand this, but as somebody who works in an academic institution, I was kind of wondering, is there any room, and I'm asking a question I don't know the answer to, thereby proving I'm not an attorney, is there any room for the CVTA or the NAPFTDS to be able to act as a certifying organization? In the sense that it's like maybe the state certify, maybe the FMCSA certifies, but is there a way in the way that other universities do? You know, the idea that universities will gather together and they'll give accreditation to another university. They will actually bestow it upon that. Is there any way of y'all's organizations, have y'all talked about that? It's okay if the answer is no. I'm just kind of curious as to, there's a lot of mechanisms that could accredit without the organization self-accrediting, self-certifying. You dig?
Correct. That has been talked about. I will not answer for CBTA, but I will say that both of us have said, you know, that's a very large task that would require much more or money to do. So it would require a fee and some other things that are not really built into the regulation at this time. So it could happen. I think it's a ways off. It's a great idea. We would love to be part of that. You know, go back quite a few years ago, the PTDI was a certification process that the Professional Truck Driving Institute, that was part of truckload carriers at the time. And so there was a process that went through, but it was voluntary. So I think something that you're looking at today will be mandatory, which means everybody, the school buses, you know, every ISD, every city, every county, every municipality, everywhere would require someone to be able to accredit that, and that would be a huge, huge process.
Yeah, and also would require, I mean, if you guys were going to be allowed to do it or take even initiative on it, that would require, this is one of those rare moments where it's like you tell the government, you got to come up with some money because that's an increase in budget, because then you have to, because that's a different skill set. I mean, that's the other thing people don't understand about being in an institution of higher learning or just an institution of learning, Dave. That's the thing that a lot of people don't realize, is that those organizations, Martin knows this almost better than anybody, is that, you know, then you're dealing with, you know, you're not dealing with instructors at that point. You're not even dealing with administrators. You are dealing with people who specialize in certification, where they are essentially inspecting. They're lifting up the hood of an organization, giving people CDLs and making sure that all the parts fit and that the engine works. In fact, that's a big, heavy lift. I was asking because in the sense that it's like I figured you would know what the lift was and wouldn't just be like, oh, that's a great idea, we should do that. And you're the kind of guy who's like, yeah, we can do that, but it requires beefing up the infrastructure of the organizations, both the organizations and the organizations that are within that organization. Fair?
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things that when you look at curriculum and different things, you know, going back to the PTDI days, the on-site inspection was a couple of days by at least one, sometimes two people, and you brought in experts like to look at the equipment locally, and then you had someone from that was hired by PTDI to go in and look at your curriculum and your records and all the record keeping that was required for each student. And so ELDT pretty much mandates, while it doesn't say how you have to keep records, it requires that you be able to prove that you've taught. First of all, that you have a curriculum and then prove that what you taught. So the ability to, or the time and length, or the take and look at all that stuff and really do a thorough, you know, I couldn't, just off the top of my head, I'm saying you would take at least a day to do that. And so ever how you divide that up with the number of people in the TPR, and whatever length of time you're going to do a rotation for the, for a certification, or recertification, audit, whatever you want to call it, would be massive. And so, Federal Motor Carrier has, I think, 600 people in the field, including all this commercial vehicle inspectors and stuff like that. So at this point, they're using a lot of those people that audit trucking companies and that type of stuff. And, we could talk about, is that good or bad or whatever, but at least it's someone going out and putting eyes on a facility to say it exists or not exist.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a good start, wouldn't it? It's like, well, I drove by
Absolutely.
the strip mall, but there was nobody in the building with the for sale sign on it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's
correct.
That's such a big thing. Okay, I want to get a little stupid here because we do have a little bit of fun here. I wanted to share this with both you and Dave. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. Do you know about the 3 bikes on the on the trunk that's lying in the middle of a river? Have you heard about this, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
Martin, what about you? Have you heard about
No.
this? Okay, so residents of this Montana town are at a loss to explain a years-long local mystery, the presence of 3 bikes on a log in the Missouri River. The 3 bikes have been wedged on top of the log in Great Falls since at least the fall of 2020. And despite the efforts of people to solve the mystery on websites including Reddit, there's a whole Reddit thread dedicated to these 3 bikes. The question remains of who put them there and why they remain. So an investigation by KRTV's Quentin Shores failed to find any answers but raised a few theories, including the ideas the bikes could be an urban art installation or a prank of some kind. I know nothing about who's responsible for putting these bikes on the log. Rebecca Engum, the executive director of Great Falls, Montana Tourism, told Shoals, I recall seeing them driving by one day and thought it was just this beautiful kind of impromptu urban art feature. Engum says the installation of bicycles would have been a complicated endeavor, because basically you're carrying 3 bikes out to a log in a rapidly running river stream and somehow securing them is a unique thing that is happening. Crystal Flager, general manager of Mackenzie River Pizza Company, said the bikes are a frequent topic of conversation. A lot of our guests come in, especially tourists, and they're like, what are those bikes up there, Flager said. I don't have a good answer for them, but I think it's really cool. I'm not just being random when I bring this up here, because it's the kind of thing that our friends out there who decide to have a career in trucking often take the time to stop in. The Thing, I keep thinking about, Dave. Remember The Thing?
Mm-hmm.
The roadside attraction, all of that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Martin, I was kind of curious, are there opportunities in the teaching, the way, especially in a program like yours where there's a little bit more time and you guys actually have a campus and all that? Donnie Tolk and I talk about lifestyle stuff and giving people stories of the road. Is there any room to maneuver in regards to having lifestyle classes of not just like how hard this job's going to be, but fun things to do when you're out there on the road, and what else is attractive about the job besides giving you a steady paycheck if you do it right? I was just kind of curious, what opportunities in the learning environment do any programs, any trucking programs, have any sort of goofy edge to them? Any sort of, here's the fun stuff you can do on the road? Have you heard about any stuff like that?
Yeah. According to Federal Motor Carrier, a person has to have driven for a minimum of 2 years. In the state of Texas, you have to have driven for 3 years. Most of my instructors drove 20 plus years before they started teaching. So they incorporate their experiences there. Of course, we also have a term that say don't use too many war stories. Keep to the topic, make sure they're relevant and that type stuff. But the experience of a person who's actually been able to do that, I think, can explain that better than those who have not. So we have time in our classes where we talk a lot about lifestyle, not just eat good and all that kind of stuff, but we also are able to cover the points of like, okay, here's what I've been able to do and see and be a part of. When you take your 34-hour restart, can you take it somewhere where you can be a tourist, that type of thing, or be able to plan your day to where you can actually do something that benefits you, that rather than just the the driving, and where you can't do any, you're all locked into, I have to do this load. Well, yeah, you do, but sometimes proper planning and that type of thing will allow you to do the other things that would be fun, be able to stop a few hours and do something, those types of things.
It's interesting too because by the way, I agree with you from a teaching standpoint, from a pedagogy standpoint. You shouldn't get too far into the weeds in regards to war stories or complaints or grievances about the highway, Dave. I think what ends up getting people in trouble though is that they confuse simply telling a story for the sake of telling a story and figuring out the great stories you have as a driver, the great experiences you have, because the ability to talk about how to manage your time in a 34 and to use a story about how you had a good time checking something out is a very different thing than telling about the bad run-in you had at a South Bend hotel when the people next door, you could hear them loading their guns and putting the duffels full of cash, is not the same experience. And there's got to be some way in regards to teaching where those war stories become applicable to actually learning something about driving on the road. Okay, that's enough of that nonsense. What's this week look like for you? What you looking forward to? What are you doing? Where are you going?
Well, actually, after I get off the call with you, we're going to be on a conference call with NAPFTDS with the conference committee and talk about 2027 and also our agenda for 2026 and the conference that we have coming up in April. We have Chris Spear, as many people know, the president of ATA, which is, I would say, one of the most influential people, if not the most influential people in the trucking world. We'll actually start our conference off Monday morning with being there and giving a presentation. And we know that he's not only large and in charge, but he's a great speaker, but great motivator. So that will be our keynote speaker to kick off our conference. We have quite a few. We have representatives from Federal Motor Carrier to give us updates, and we'll do a panel discussion with some of the people involved with the enforcement of the ELDT to kind of get granular on those type of things. So we're looking at that conference, make sure we have enough presentations, but not too many, because what we enjoy a lot about a conference is that networking, being able to talk to people that do the same thing that you do every day. Don't reinvent the wheel. Someone else has probably already tried that or had that issue. So we give time for networking and closeness and that type of thing to meet new people and also be able to see the vendors. We have vendors that come in that, sell products that are what we use in instruction, and also carriers there that hire our students. So being able to talk to them, there's many times that I've seen over the years where a carrier will go, I didn't realize that school was there, or that school will come to a carrier and say, hey, you don't come to my school. And we think that our students, we have students that would like to go to work for you. So a lot of connections there. So that's what we're looking forward to. And then we always try to have a contract locked in for the next year. In this case, for 2027, at the end of our conference or during our conference, we want to promote the next one. So those are kind of the things I'm doing today, and then go back into Houston Community College tomorrow, weather permitting, and get started on our program there. We're getting a lot of interest, and I've talked to quite a few people across the country. I think all the press about the CDL license, people are thinking more about it, and we probably saw more foot traffic and more phone calls since the Christmas break than we've had in maybe a year or so. So it's positive. We've got a lot to do, and just finding tuition, money, grants, those type things, and trying to see workforce Pell is coming up later this year, which will be help a lot of the truck driving programs be able to get a Pell grant, which we've not been able to have for short-term programs. So that was in the bill passed last year for the big, beautiful bill. And so we don't know all the details, but I got a couple of calls this week on trying to figure that part out so we can be ahead of the curve.
By the way, there you go. And I want to let you know that there's a lot of comments, by the way, over in the chat about Houston. Some of them quite good. Marshall says if you can't find it in Houston, you probably can't find it anywhere. Although our friend the Paranormal Pie Man says his only problem is if he's doing the speed limit at 45 miles an hour in his truck, he is getting passed at the speed of light. I don't know if that's been your experience, by the way, but a lot of folks, as you well know, a lot of folks, I always tell people you might want to keep up on the Houston interstates and the areas around Houston, because if you don't, you're going to get incinerated by the heat of the passing car. That's kind of the reality of it. Go ahead.
Just ask him if it's a black F-250 that passed him. That's all I want to know. We talked about the size of Houston. When you're in Baytown, east to west, there's a Buc-ee's, okay? And then you get back on the freeway, and it says the next Buc-ee's 50 miles. Well, do you know where the next Buc-ee's at?
Where's in Houston?
It's still in Houston.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, it's like my wife in Los Angeles. That's my favorite story. She's like, I'm so glad we're leaving early to go to San Diego. I'm like, well, of course we're leaving early to go to San Diego. Why wouldn't we? She said, well, it's only about 40 minutes away from Los Angeles. I said, yeah, dude, but I said it's 40 minutes away from the end of Los Angeles. I said we got to drive 2 hours to get through Los Angeles. What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, Houston is big, man. It is big, right?
North to south, like on 45, Willis now is about where town starts. Not a Houston city limits, but it's constant town all the way down to Galveston. So you're looking at exit 96, I believe it is, and then 0 is the Gulf. So approximately 100 miles north to south.
Hey, by the way, eventually Houston actually will have platforms in the Gulf of Mexico. That's the truth of the matter. I mean, let's just face it. It's just going to continue to expand, and the only thing that can stop it is New Orleans. And I got to tell you, we're just too tired to do anything about it. Martin, we love having you on, man. Thank you so much, brother. NAPFTDS.org is where you should go. If you're not a member, you should be a member. Find out what you have to do to become a member. If you're looking to become a trainer, you can also go over there and look up some stuff there too. Get you on the right course. You're always looking for quality people to teach people, right, Martin?
We are.
That's it.
Thank you so much, and tell my good friend Dave that's sitting over there hello, and I look forward to spending time with him again. He's a great guy.
Thanks, Martin.
Thank you, Martin. Martin, if I hang up on you, it's not because I'm rude. It's because I'm trying to do 2 jobs at once. Thank you, my friend. Good talking to you. As always, just want to remind you guys we got some great guests coming up here in the final hour, including a technical trooper with the Kansas Highway Patrol, Mr. Nick Wright. We're going to get him on the air, and we're going to see where the road takes us. Can't wait to do such things. We'll be back after these messages. Jimmy Mack. Dave, Nemo, another edition of Nemo Nation. Don't forget that Road Gang Radio actually is going to make its way into your, kind of burrow its way into your brain, as it were, as we make our way down the highway and into the byways. And what do you say we just hit that brake right now?
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's Monday.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Well, hey, Dave Nemo.
Well, hey, Jimmy Mack.
What's going on, brother?
Just watching the second hand slowly move its way around that clock, and we're waiting for Nick Wright.
Yes, we are. And watch this. This is really fun.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
You can give us a call at 615-292-6366. Dre is absolutely positively missed here. Cold weather just prevented our two producers from coming in this morning. Here's how I did it. Dave actually managed to make his way down here, but I actually had to get here late last night, early this morning, to make sure the pipes were running, to make sure everything it was a big nothing burger.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, let me make this really clear. It was always supposed to be a big nothing burger over here.
Yeah.
There's a really great weather reporter named Bob Breck. Do you remember he would let everybody do the evacuation that everybody would have to do during hurricane season, and then he'd come on TV and he'd go like, okay, so if you've stuck around, you should really listen to the law, but I'm telling you, you were fine to stick around. We're going to be okay. I remember during Katrina, Bob Breck came on before it even got started and went, you got to go. He said there will be no moment later on where I am here in the studio and tell you it was a smart idea to stay. He said, you got to go. And he said the same thing about this. Said the same thing. Just kind of leaned in, kind of got on TV and went, yeah, it's not going to be anything. Now, there are places where it is a big deal. And by the way, when you say it's a big nothing burger, ask Lindsay how her family's doing this morning. Ask people in Nashville how they're doing.
Yeah.
Ask Dean Croke how they're doing.
Yeah.
Don't be jerks about this, guys, because you didn't get hit. Your individual experience of the world is not everybody else's. You know what it reminds me of? You ever heard of Pauline Kael, the famous film critic?
I have not.
Yeah, Pauline Kael was a very famous film critic and had this really famous moment in New York, Dave. Really famous moment in New York where she was sitting around a table with a bunch of people and she said, I just can't believe Nixon got elected. No one I know voted for him. It is one of the most enlightening moments on left or right about anybody. Because, people, they go into the little silos, they sit in their little cabs, they sit behind their little desk, they get behind, they get in their little corner office, their little academic office, wherever they are, and they just can't believe that the rest of the world isn't the little world that they live in.
Mm-hmm.
What I see out there, good for you. Glad you see it. That's not what else is going on there. But down here, it was exactly what we were told it was going to be, a big nothing burger. And of course, the problem is, I think, that we see everything everywhere all at once. So we see the majority of the country getting kicked in the ass, right? We see people, getting pounded in, the Carolinas, pounded in Washington, D.C., the events unfolding in Tennessee, the events unfolding in Indiana and the like. What we don't see, though, is we sometimes then say, well, that must be me too. Well, how can that be happening? Because it's not happening to me. And I think that plays a large part of that as well.
Yeah, FMCSA puts out a exemption for weather in 40 states.
Right. But that's called CYA. I mean, that's what that is, guys. That is CYA. Because here's the thing. For every single person that says, well, that wasn't a big deal, the Y2K crowd, you know what I'm saying? If what was supposed to have happened had happened, if the people hadn't gotten in front of it and fixed it, it would have been a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been a grid shutting down disaster. It's kind of like the thing when they bring up a meteorite passing by, you know what I'm saying? So a meteorite will pass by the planet. Well, it wasn't a big deal. No, but, just a few more inches in either direction, and we're hoping that Robert Duvall can put a space shuttle in the middle of it and blow it up, because problems are really getting started at that point. Just a matter of keeping kind of stuff in perspective. in regards to the conversations we had this morning, Dave, and you guys are welcome to join us at 615-292-6366. What in particular stuck with you? What really what kind of is going to stay with you from today's conversations?
Well, I think I think what Bridgette was talking about. We've dealt with some lawyers recently here. I haven't dealt with very many lawyers in my life, but I was kind of inspired by the dedication that she was talking about in terms of the attorneys that represent the trucking industry and the people in the trucks.
Right.
They are dedicated, but they also know what they're talking about. They know how to operate. They may not be truck drivers, but they know all of the things that they need to know to protect you in court, and they're very passionate about it.
Yeah.
You have to be passionate.
You have to be passionate about it. The other thing is, too, and you probably have learned this from your own experiences, is that, guys, this is the best legal advice I can ever give you because it's not legal advice. If your attorney continues to push you to do something when you say you don't want to do it anymore, when you say you want to wrap it up, they're not doing their job.
Mm-hmm.
That's the now they can tell you, I don't think this is a good idea. As your attorney, I'm advising you to do different. And there is a point where they say, if you do the following stuff, I'm going to have to let you go as a client. Remember, that's another big thing. A lot of people confuse that. You're an attorney's client. You are not their employer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big distinction to make because you can get fired by them. They can be like, you know what? You're obviously know better than I do. You should go do that. But an attorney is legally obligated to tell you to stop giving them money. They are legally obligated to say, you know what? I can keep going. You can tell me to keep going, and I will. I mean, you've had that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that you were insisting on anything, but you've had that conversation where they've told you, Dave, we'll keep going, but you've got to say we should keep going. And if you tell us not to keep going, we don't think that's a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
And attorneys are legally, ethically required to do that. And if you ever run into an attorney, guys, who really keeps pushing you after you've given them a definitive answer, you might have a bar complaint at that point. That's the absolute truth of it. And that's why I think a lot of these men and women who Bridgette was talking about, who are really committed to these ideas, who are really committed to making this stuff work, that's why it's so important that they know everything about trucking, because they've got to be able to give you good advice.
Mm-hmm.
Journalists, attorneys, and to some degree, really good salesmen and saleswomen have to have that skill, where they have to actually take the time to learn about the product they're selling. Like Tyson's Fisher case, Tyson's not a lawyer. Have you read his legal stuff? It's great.
Mm-hmm.
It explains it in clear, concise language. It doesn't go into gobbledygook without dumbing it down. And he understands what he's writing about. But that's the thing. You'll often find, if you might notice this, that, remember we had the book about, what is it? The fat shot. What is the thing they give you when you stop being fat? We had a book about the damn thing.
The Ozempic.
Ozempic, yeah. So we had the woman. Remember what her specialty was? The Irish journalist who wrote the book?
I don't.
Bond market and the stock market.
Oh yeah.
But that's why she got into it, because of what it was doing to finance.
Mm-hmm.
She was deeply invested in looking at, Dean talked about that too, the Ozempic effect on trucking, and she was deeply invested to see, once she kind of figured out, oh, wait, this is having a massive impact on not just the pharmaceutical field, this is having an impact on how people eat
Mm-hmm.
and how people travel and what people invest in and where people go and what people do. So that's the thing. If you're a journalist, if you're an attorney, if you're a salesman, saleswoman, you are deeply invested in actually knowing the thing of which you speak, because you're a storyteller.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you're an adversarial storyteller in the case of the attorney. Sometimes you are a reporter of facts, as you are with the journalist. And sometimes you're a pitch man or a pitch woman, as it is with the salesperson. And so I think in a lot of ways, I think all of those, you notice all three get a lot of bad rap.
Mm-hmm.
People love to complain about salesmen. People love to complain about journalists. And people really love to complain about journalists. And people complain about lawyers, unless, of course, it's their lawyer. And then it's the best lawyer who's ever lawyered in Lawyer Town.
Yeah.
But that's the truth of the matter. And that's the thing that, with Bridgette, too, the idea that I'm I'm always invested in people that are interested in actually mentoring people, in introducing people to something as opposed to gatekeeping, siloing, keeping people kind of locked outside of it. And if you notice, there are two kinds of old-time truckers, ones who can't wait to welcome new people in, and the other kind who, Billy Joe Bob Big Rig, who just don't want anybody else in there for various reasons, and that kind of plays itself out. That's what stuck with me. That's what stuck with me. I got it. You want to get another funny story? Officials with England's Network Rail confirmed service was briefly interrupted in East Yorkshire when an emu was spotted along the tracks.
An emu was spotted along
the tracks. A train driver traveling from Hull to Liverpool reported spotting the large bird native to Australia by the tracks near Oxmardike, I don't know, level crossing in the Gilberdike area. A lot of dikes here. Around 8 a.m. on Thursday. They drive Subarus. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. The emu was located by Network Rail personnel and safely removed from the area. Normal service resumed at 10:14, but there were some changes to services, and we're sorry to anyone whose journey was affected, Network Rail said in a statement provided to BBC News. Contact has been made with the owners, who confirmed the animal was missing from their field. Why is there an emu in a field in England? The thing is native to Australia. Has anybody seen my emu?
He was brought there.
He was brought there. Somebody brought him along for the ride. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I'm going to try to give this guy a call again, Nick Wright. You guys give us a call at 615-292-6366. Should be honest, so many companies advertise see the country. Yeah, you get to drive past a lot of interesting places, but finding truck parking when you can go see sights doesn't happen often. Gulf of America, won't say it, dude, won't say it. I like my old maps. But I will say this, Marshall, that's why we're talking about that. So many companies advertise see the country. That's why I really think, Dave, having somebody who helps people, I just think an opportunity is being missed. Having somebody who early on says, here's how you use a 34. To literally take you through, here's what 34 hours, here's what you can do. Here's how you should sleep, here's when you should get up, and here's what you can see and do. I think too many people try to cram too much space into that 34, and it ends up being a disaster. They end up not getting anything out of it and not really resetting at all.
I think, and this is going to sound really probably stupid to a lot of people, but I've been trying to put two and two together here this morning in terms of, driving trucks and training and continuing education and all of that stuff I was saying earlier. I think people think driving in this day and age, after we've had over 100 years of automotive history now, that's several generations. We think we can drive because we're human. We can walk and talk and lift things, carry things. We can do things as humans do because we're human. And somehow or another, we have taken that ability and moved it behind the wheel of a vehicle. So therefore, once we have to learn how to walk, okay? We really do. When we learn how to walk, we now can walk. And we can probably run too. But we don't necessarily do it any better than we did. We don't train as a runner or a marathoner for the Olympics and things like that. But we can walk. And I think the mentality of humans is we can drive. May not drive as good as you do, but I got there and I'm fine. I don't need any more driver training any more than I need to learn how to walk better. And I think there's this thing in our brains that equates driving with walking.
I think it's a hell of an insight. And matter of fact, it's a great segue, by the way. Even though we'll be talking about the CVSA's Hazmat conference here in just uno momento, I think you're absolutely right. I actually have a similar thing I talk about that's quite different from the way you explained it, which is why it resonates with me. I've always said, the machine that you're behind the wheel of, I hate to break the bad news, no matter how many bells and whistles, no matter how much you try to make it into your pet, where you resemble your pet. an automobile, a truck, any kind of driving vehicle from motorcycle to automobile to 18 wheels to even an aircraft carrier is not an extension of your personality. It just isn't.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have the inherent ability. You're not born with the ability to drive. Dale Earnhardt and Richard Petty being notable exceptions to that. Would you care to do the honors of introducing our next guest, who I know you've been excited about all morning?
Yes, so we had a chance to sit down and actually talk face-to-face with Nick Wright last year. He may remember when that was. I have no clue, but it was here in New Orleans.
It's a great picture, by the way. It's a great picture.
It is a good picture. Yeah. And Nick is with the Kansas Highway Patrol. He is technical trooper with the KHP, and he is also the vice chairman of the program that puts together CVSA's Hazmat Conference. And it's called the Cooperative Hazardous Materials Enforcement Development Program. And they squeezed that down to COMED, C-O-H-M-E-D. Nick, good morning and Happy New Year. It's great to talk to you again.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me back on. I really appreciate the opportunity.
So are you back home in Kansas at the moment?
I am, and freezing cold. It's like it was -2 when I came to work, and I think we're up to a bustling 2 now, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Bustling doesn't get your ass off the street bustling.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Good day to sit in the office and be on a radio show, I guess.
It is a good day to be in the office on a radio show, and here we are. I was looking at and you're going to be teaching a course at COMED this year.
I am.
In fact, a week from today, it gets kicked off there in San Antonio. Hopefully, it'll be a little warmer there in San Antonio.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good city, good place to do it. We've been there several times for other things, and it's always a good opportunity, especially the last week of January, to head down to Texas.
We were talking earlier about different aspects of training, continuous training, continuing education in different fields, and I was telling our listeners this morning that I went through the agenda, the schedule for COMED this year. And if you did one of those searches where you highlight a word and say, well, let's find all of that word in this conference, the word training comes up more than you can count. The whole thing is about training. You're training people who already know what they're doing.
Yes.
That's the key here that it seems to get. It's hard to get people to understand that just because I know how to do it doesn't mean I don't need to continue to train. Somehow or another, if you're an athlete, you know that. If you're a musician, you know that. Somehow or another, and I was just saying this to Jim, we think that driving is like walking because we're human, we can do it. And we've done it, so now we know how to do it, and you don't need to tell me any more about how to walk or how to drive. Does that compute with you at all?
It sure does. It really does compute, especially in this commercial vehicle world. I like to call it the commercial vehicle highway, and there's a lot of different lanes on that highway, whether it's CDL or hazmat in this case for the COMED conference. It's constant training. You can never know all this. If you think you do, it's probably time to retire because you either truly do, which I doubt it, or you're too arrogant to recognize that you don't know it all. I've been doing hazmat stuff for about 14 years now, I guess, and I still look up the regulations regularly just to make sure we've got the word right. Does that say more than, or does that say add or more? How does that actually read? What does the definition mean? Well, let's hit that reset button to go back to the definitions on things. So it's so important that we stay up to speed on our initial training and just those basics, but also regulatory changes, things that are coming down the line, maybe later this year. So we have a great opportunity to do that and to network with people both in law enforcement and industry clear across literally 3 countries. It is absolutely amazing. Federal regulators will be there, and it's just a great networking opportunity and great training opportunities, like you said. There's a whole list of things we'll be offering for training this next week.
You guys are there. I've always said that TMC, the Technology and Maintenance Council, we'd go there and we'd be ready to go on the air at 6 a.m. So we'd be there at 5 o'clock, and there were guys already there.
Yeah.
And they're there till midnight, and they're back up at 6 o'clock the next morning because they're there to learn and to do. And my goodness, there's not a lot of fun stuff on your schedule here. There's a lunch. I was looking for the concert. There's no concert. I mean, you guys are there to work.
Yeah, we are. We do a couple of networking receptions just to kind of get to know each other a little better and, exchange shoulder patches or something. That's kind of what cops do.
Mm-hmm.
But really, it's funny you say that because I've had a lot of my family members like, well, you get the chance to go out and go sightseeing while you're there? No, I'm there in the hotel from like 7 in the morning till 5 or 6 at night and turn around and do it again. There's not much sightseeing time. So it really is work, but it is fun. I love hazmat, and it's just a great opportunity to hang around with about 350 other people who are also hazmat nerds and just nerd out the whole week, and it's just a blast.
Well, and the other thing about and I tell this people all the time, if you're going to one of those conferences and you want to take time to enjoy things, then plan your vacation there too. Then I tell people, go to the conference for the full conference, throttle it in, and this is a great way to look at it. Go to the conference for the 2 to 3 days. You're supposed to go whatever conference you're going to. Really dig into that experience, and now that that's over, take your vacation if you really want to have a great time there.
That's right.
I can't agree with you and Dave on this more because I feel like so many people miss the opportunity of what a conference really offers them. And I've had colleagues in my life where I've gone to conferences and walked out with business cards and contacts and new ideas, and they've walked out with a lousy T-shirt. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. And it's about not missing that opportunity. People say, I can't believe I was in that city and didn't get a chance to see it because I was so busy at the conference. I'm like, well, then schedule your vacation then too. Take an extra day at the end. Do a decompression day and walk the city. I mean, but you don't do the other thing. When you go to this in regards to the hazmat nerd out that you are looking forward to, what really excites you about talking with fellow former law enforcement agents about this? Because I get it, dude. I got a ton of patches. I got a ton of coins, and that's always one of my favorite things too. Is swapping law enforcement stories is a really great way to spend a day. But what do you guys really get into?
Well, it's fun just to get together and even bounce ideas off of each other. A lot of it is old friends that I've made over the years of going to this thing. This was the very first conference I ever went to in 2014. And so you got some old friends there. It's just to catch up for one thing, but also like, hey, I had this thing happen this year, and then you kind of share that story. Hey, what would you have done? Or hey, here's a good opportunity for a training thing for next year, or here's a scenario for our inspectors championship. And so I just enjoy talking shop with people, and I'm not usually a talk shop kind of guy. When I'm off, I like to be off. But these things, I love to get with these guys and just my friends around the country, network, talk with industry, learn about how the trucking industry works better and what challenges they have so that we can work together. Because that's really what this development is, what this hazardous materials enforcement develop is. It's about networking across those lines, breaking those barriers down, getting to know our industry partners.
I have a funny story for you that you'll get a kick out of. So my wife learned to swim in life late, and then it turned out that she was a very good swimmer, a really, really gifted swimmer. Imagine that, like not knowing how to swim and then finally realizing what a water slide is. It's an amazing kind of experience. And to be absolutely like joy, and I'm not picking on her at all. It was so much fun because then you're going swimming with somebody for whom it's being a 10-year-old when you didn't get a chance to be a 10-year-old. We find this pool at the New Orleans Recreational Department, and they have all these programs, and she likes doing yoga. And it turned out that there was a water yoga class, okay, and she drags me along. I like to work out. I like to go biking and all that kind of stuff. I love spin class, but water yoga ain't my cup of tea. Well, I get there. You'll love this. I get there, and everybody in the back are all of these guys from the 8th Precinct in New Orleans that I used to hang out with.
Wow. What are the odds?
So the fun thing is all of these ladies, all of the women who were there were the wives, or they were police too. And it was a pool full of police doing pool yoga. And Claire would be like, "We have to go." I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm talking shop a little bit here." It's the best feeling in the world when you find a group of people like that. There's stuff that you can really dig into, and it sounds like a lot of fun. Talk to us just really quickly to give people a sense of why it's important. That's the biggest thing too. Why going to this is important for the people who you guys serve, because that's a crucial thing as well too.
Well, I like to say hashtag hazmat's everywhere. There's hazmat everywhere all around us. It is a dangerous thing that we deal with. We as regulators, meaning law enforcement, we are the ones charged with ensuring regulations are complied with, verifying compliance. And then those who are driving the trucks and the motor carriers and everybody behind the scenes are charged with shipping that stuff safely. And it's really what it's about in the hazmat world. We're not out there to find a violation. We're out there to verify that it is being shipped safely so that we don't end up with an incident later on. And then to be able to connect with those people so that when they have a problem in Kansas with an inspection or they have a question or they need some training, they have maybe a driver meeting they want a trooper to come out to, they've got somebody to talk to. They've got my business card in their desk drawer, and they can reach out to us and get things taken care of. I've got so many examples that I don't even have time to share with you where people have reached out to me from these conferences to get something fixed because they're having a problem in another state and they couldn't find somebody to talk to. And so it's just so important to be able to work together and ensure safe transportation for everybody on our nation's highways.
Nicely done, by the way. It's almost like you're a media pro. I got one for you. This is funny. So at the end of that whole class, the instructor, who was actually a yoga instructor at our gym, at the Elmwood Gym, where Dave is a member too, Oshner Gyms in New Orleans, she turned to me and she said, I never knew how to curse until I met the population of my yoga swim class.
Yeah, that's so. Sounds like a little like law enforcement too.
Doesn't it? Nick, you're welcome back anytime, man. Thank you for making time for us this morning. I know how busy you are, Dave, and I really appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you guys very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, and when I hang up on you, it's only because I'm a one-man band today. I'm not being rude. Have the best of days, Nick,
problem.
Okay? All right, buddy. Bye.
I got it.
Bye, Nick.
Right.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Bye. We got another wonderful guest. Give a little preview about who's coming up in the next half hour.
Misty Weibold's coming into the program. She is the president of the Farmersville Heritage Museum. That's in Farmersville, Texas. And one of the most famous residents of Farmersville was one of my favorite Western stars, but he really started off in a movie about himself, Audie Murphy.
Audie Murphy. And as a matter of fact, he's in the third remake of To Have and To Have Not. Mm-hmm. We're going to come back on the other side of this. Dave, a couple of weeks, months, years behind the ones and the twos, I might get the habit of this. I doubt it. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch. Get back on the road. Doing it since 97. Come on, man. 50 states, 8 provinces.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Monday.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
And we're almost done, as a matter of fact, here. Once again, another fast-paced Fastport 4 hours.
I was just thinking the same thing, believe it or not.
Somehow, some way, rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling, Dave, Nemo, and Jimmy Mac managed to find their way, over here. I don't know how we get here so fast, but we do. It always is rather interesting. You were making an interesting comparison over the break, and I'm going to bring our next guest in so that she can listen, but I want you to tell your comparison. You got a comparison of sorts here you want to make, right, Dave?
Yes, I was looking at some of the autobiography, not the autobiography, but the biography of Audie Murphy, and we're going to be talking about Audie Murphy and some other folks and some other things with Misty in just a moment. But I was thinking of Annie Oakley because they were both kind of in the same situation when they were kids. He had 11 brothers and sisters. She didn't have as many, but they both lost their father early for one reason or another. And those two kids, Audie and Annie, had to learn how to hunt and feed the family. That's how Annie Oakley got to be such a crack shot. She was shooting rabbits out there.
Yeah, I mean, there is an entire history of this country. I can think of a third person who falls into the same category as them, Alvin York.
I knew you were going to say.
It's like, my dad once said he got really tired. My dad's a Southerner. Don't get yourself wrong, but my dad gets so angry about people saying, well, you're, about the whole thing with the Confederacy, you're ruining my heritage. And he's like, your heritage is fine. He said, don't ever forget that the sons and the grandsons of those men got together with Northern boys, reformed the Army of the Potomac and the Army of Northern Virginia, marched into Cuba, liberated it from Spain, marched into France, liberated it from the Kaiser, and then marched back again at D-Day. Those people are fine. That legacy is fine. The Army of Northern Virginia reconstituted itself for two of the noblest causes of all time, driving, German imperialism out of Europe, because, by the way, those were the bad guys in that war, and then marched over at D-Day when they didn't have to be there and drove the Germans all the way back to Berlin. Those people are fine. And people like Alvin York and Audie Murphy and Annie Oakley are all what we would call the children of such places and such things. History is a wonderful thing, and man, we got somebody here with us this morning who I know you're going to want to introduce, but I want people first to go to FarmersvilleHeritageMuseum.com. It's highlighting local history of noteworthy people. The museum tells the story of citizens of Farmersville who have touched the world with their talent, their ingenuity, and their bravery to be remembered in history for generations. Misty Weibold, who is the president of the Farmersville Heritage Museum, joins us this morning. Dave, tell our very special guest good morning.
Good morning, Misty, and welcome to the program. It's great to talk to you.
Well, good morning to both of you. It is an honor and a privilege to be on your show today. I've had the opportunity to get to know Jimmy Mac a little bit, and Dave, I think I've met you briefly a couple of times, but I feel like I really know you. I see you most mornings in my pantry on a bag of coffee called Nemo 55.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Oh yeah. We have a bag of it here, as a matter of fact, and every once in a while we stuff that carrying cup with it, put it in there, and make a bracing cup of it to kind of start the day.
Well, around here the bag has never been opened, because it is commemorative. I've 55 years, that and still going. That is impressive, and it's a real privilege to be on with you today.
Well, Misty, don't open that coffee, because if you break the seal, you void the warranty. You know.
I know. We need to put it under glass or something. So, but you know, I'm telling you, as much of a coffee lover as I am, I have to admit, I would bust it open out of desperation if we were out of coffee.
I wouldn't blame you. I'd be right there with you. If it was the last bag of coffee on earth, man, open that thing up and let's get some more coffee. And by the way, if you put a little chicory in it to make it go a little bit longer, Dave would be okay with that because it's one of his favorite blends. Misty, by the way, is the president of Farmersville Heritage Museum, and she has made her life dedicating the history and character of that community that she proudly calls home. Misty, I thought it would be really kind of fun before we get to the museum itself. Talk about you. Talk about your journey to become the president of the organization, to become the president of the Heritage Museum. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my husband and I, Brian Weibold, moved to Farmersville, Texas in 2014. And it really was, my parents grew up in Farmersville, but they moved away before I was born. So I really didn't have much of a connection to it, but we were living in McKinney for a number of years, and it was the fastest growing city in the United States. So we thought we would move to the edge of the population growth and ended up in Farmersville, Texas. I told the realtor that I would probably be very difficult for her because I had something very specific in mind. And as it turns out, the very first house that we looked at was in Farmersville. And when we drove through the historic downtown with the red brick streets and just the charm, it felt like home. And we purchased the first house that we looked at. So since that time, we've built our home here in Farmersville, built a life here in Farmersville. And I always tell people that when we moved to this small town, that the quality of our life just improved and increased immensely, just really knowing your neighbors, saying hello to people around town. It's just been a beautiful experience. So I had interest in the museum. The museum was started in 2015 by a group of local citizens who really wanted to preserve the history of Farmersville. And at the time, they had raised money to enclose one of our historic onion sheds. And Farmersville was known at one time as the onion capital of North Texas. And because of that, the railroads installed, we believe, 6 or 7 onion sheds in and around Farmersville to load the produce onto the cars. And 2 of those onion sheds still remain, and they really are part of our community still today. They were built around 1925. And so they're still celebrated. One of them is still an open shed next to our historic park, and the other one was enclosed to become the museum. So I like to say it's history in the onion shed. So this group of people raised the funds to enclose the shed, and I came around in 2019. I have a real love for history, and I'm an interior designer as a career, and so it just seemed like a really good fit for me. So when I came on in 2019 to serve on the board, and by the way, we're all volunteers. This is a passion work for all of us. We all have our day jobs. So when I came on, the museum had been enclosed and they had done a fabulous job. Much of the architecture was maintained, the historic wood floors, and you really have that feeling still of 1925. But the museum was fairly empty, and it wasn't because we didn't have stories to tell. I think that just after 4 or 5 years of going at it, that they had, come to a place where it was take a breath and what's the next step. So that's about when I came on. So I started doing research about Farmersville. I knew some things. Of course, I knew about Audie Murphy, not to the depth that I know him today, but
I just started doing research, and I was amazed at the stories of people that have come from a small town and have done amazing things. And Audie Murphy is among several within our community that have achieved immense, remarkable things. And so when I get excited about something, Katie bar the door, I'm on it. And so I went to the board and I said, what are we going to do? Or, how are we going to go about these exhibits? I think I can do this. And so with the board support, that's what I did in 2019. And my sweet husband calls it the year of the museum, because if I wasn't doing my real job, that's what I was doing, was researching, writing, designing exhibits, and ultimately installing them. And as Brian says, it wasn't enough to do an entire museum. I had to then have a gala to unveil everything. So we did that in November of 2019, unveiling the beautiful museum. And what really makes it beautiful are the stories inside. I always say that the museum is really more organic than it is archival. And what I mean by that is that the stories are living. And I love hosting in the museum because I get to experience the emotions of people as they interact with the stories, and the stories are very inspirational and touching. And so that's really how I came about. I got the bug in 2019 and off I went, and I haven't looked back. And the more that I learn, the more I realize there is to learn. And Nadine Murphy, which was Audie Murphy's younger sister, she would say, if we don't tell the stories, people will forget. And she lived that life. After Audie's passing in 1970, early 1970s, she picked up the mantle to tell his story. And so that's what we do at the museum, is we share the beautiful stories of our community that shaped Farmersville, but that touched the world.
Audie, I mentioned Misty. I mentioned, and Misty Weibold is with us. She's the president of the Farmersville Heritage Museum there in Farmersville, Texas. I mentioned Danny Oakley, but there are a couple of other people too. I just saw the movie about Bob Dylan. It's pretty good. But Bob Dylan's still alive, and I'm thinking, wow, that's kind of weird that somebody would be alive and they would make a movie about him, and then they made a movie about Bruce Springsteen with another actor. And I thought, well, that's something. Usually you wait until somebody dies before you do a movie about them. Audie Murphy, and I didn't remember this, but I was doing some research, obviously, before we talked to you, and I had forgotten that he was known for his Westerns, but his first movie was a movie about World War II, and it was autobiographical, and he starred in his own. It's like Bob Dylan and Bruce Springsteen starring in their own movies.
I'll give you another
themselves.
one. You ready for this? John F. Kennedy. Actually, he insisted that Cliff Robertson play him. Audie Murphy went one step further, though, right? I mean, that's the thing too, Misty. Right? I mean, this is an incredibly charismatic man. I mean, incredibly photogenic as well, too. He didn't have. I mean, I'm sure he walked in to kind of give them tips or something and went, no, this guy should play the role. I mean, there must have been. I mean, do you know the story behind how Audie Murphy got to play Audie Murphy?
I don't know the intimate details of it. I do, from readings, he was very reluctant to play himself. And he, one of the things that I am so fascinated about Audie Murphy is, as you guys shared, his father left when he was very small, and then at 12, and then his mother passed when he was 16. And so the family was homeless much of the time, and Audie really stepped in to take that role of father and in some respects mother. But he never left his roots. He, coming home, if I can segue just briefly.
Please.
Sure.
Brian
We live for the
and
segue.
I may not find my way back to the question.
That we live for that too. By the way, if you wander out into the weeds, Misty, turn around. We're right behind you, so you'll be okay.
Okay. But when I came on the board, one of the very first things that I asked was, Nadine was Audie's only living sibling, and Audie passed when he was in his early 40s, unfortunately. And so I mentioned that Nadine really picked up that mantle to keep his story alive. And so she, of course, was around Farmersville. And so I asked if we had ever interviewed her. And the answer was no. And so I said, oh, my goodness, that's the first thing we've got to do is get her on camera.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was really important. And so Brian and I spent a very special afternoon with her. And really what we wanted to know was, we know of his service, and wow, isn't it amazing and magnificent, the courage and the valor. But I really wanted to know him as a family man. And that's really what we asked of Nadine, what it was like being homeless. And she really looked up to her big brother, and ultimately Audie determined that the best thing that he could do for his family and for his country would be to join the military and serve. And he made a promise to them, and this is the Audie that it makes me cry. This is the Audie that I want people to know, is that he made a promise. His younger siblings went into an orphanage when Audie left for the war, and he had never been more than 100 miles from home. And can you imagine landing on the battlefields in North Africa, never having been 100 miles from the Farmersville area? Is amazing. But he made a promise to his younger siblings. He said, when I get home, I'll take care of you and I'll make sure that you have a home. And I can't imagine having to tell your younger siblings that, knowing that you might not be able to honor that promise. But he was able to do so. And when he came home, he never knew he was going to come home a hometown hero, a national hero, on the cover of Life magazine, talking about that movie star face. And that's what opened the door for him to go to Hollywood. But when he came home, he had bonds and money that was given to him. And so from no means to resources, that he could honor that promise. And when he arrived in Farmersville for the parade, he hadn't seen his younger siblings in 3 years. And of course, Nadine had grown. It had been 3 years, and she was now a young woman. And her other siblings arrived in Farmersville to see Audie for the first time. And the newspaper captured the very moment that Audie and Nadine embraced. And she had on red lipstick, and he said to her, "What are you doing wearing red lipstick?" but the thing that was so wonderful about that was that he was able to honor that promise, and he purchased a very beautiful home here in Farmersville for his older sister Corrine and her family, with the agreement that she would take in the younger siblings. And so all of that to say is that was Audie's heart. At the end of the day, he was always about taking care of those who he loved, whether it was his family at home or the men on the battlefield when he received his Medal of Honor for the battle outside of Holtzville, which today is the anniversary, January 26, 1945, 81 years ago today, that occurred. He sent his men to the woods to be protected when he jumped on top of that burning M10 tank and faced the Nazis all alone for an hour, calling in artillery fire. But that was Audie's heart, and he took care of people. He made sure, and that is the character and the nature of Audie. So when it came to playing himself in Hollywood, I can't read his mind as far as how he felt about going off to Hollywood, what that meant to him or didn't. But I know that he always stayed within himself, and he didn't. I can't imagine that he really desired to play himself, other than what it really meant was that he wanted to ensure that the story was told authentically. And I do know, by the time he got to the Battle of Holtzfir, he had lost every man in his company. And so, sorry.
That's okay.
You can see I love
Misty. You're talking to an Irishman. I literally somebody sings in the whisper of the wind, and I'm breaking down. I'm totally right there with you. You're good.
I felt like a cheap lunch here. I'm sorry. I don't know. But I think, he wanted it. It was written that he insisted that the story not be a Hollywood version, that it be told exactly the way it occurred. So the loss of those that he cared so deeply for on the battlefield, he wanted to ensure that story was authentic. Mm-hmm. And when Audie came home in June 1945 to Farmersville, with the streets filled with people on a blazing hot day, that they'd been standing out there for hours. They were standing on the rooftops, hanging out the windows to welcome him home. And, he could have felt pride, and I'm sure in some respects that he did, but he got up on that stage, and they record that he was extremely nervous. After doing all of these things from the age of 17, his birthday was that weekend. He turned 20. He was the most decorated soldier of World War II standing on that stage. And he could have boasted about his accomplishments, if you will. But that day he said, the real heroes are the ones who didn't come home. Mm-hmm. And that's really how, from my perspective, that's how Audie led his life. I'm sure his career was a way of means, but you didn't ever see him boasting. He ultimately made 44 movies. He also wrote music and poetry. He was an extremely talented
I did not
man.
know he wrote music.
Oh yeah, songwriter.
Yeah,
accomplished songwriter.
Yeah,
Wow.
and his songs, some of his songs have actually been recorded. And forgive me for not knowing top of mind, but yeah.
Oh, I'm looking that up today for sure.
Yeah. You just told a
Okay,
music.
you can tell me.
You just told a musicologist to go to work, dude. He's going to find out exactly
okay.
what you need to know.
But wait. I'm not going to segue. I'm just going to switch gears and switch lanes because I want to go back to the onion shed, okay? I'm looking, and folks, I'm looking at the Farmersville Heritage Museum website, and that's what you go to, FarmersvilleHeritageMuseum.com. Am I looking at a bottle of onion cough syrup?
Oh, yes, you are. Yes,
That'll cure my cough just by thinking about it.
Okay.
It'll cure your, and by the way, nobody will catch your cough because nobody will come around you. You have to take a sip of that. But go. It's great.
Well, I'm telling you, I mean, we are creative and inventive around here.
Yes, you are.
So yes, so that was Wright Pharmacy, and the Wrights were some of the founding families here in Farmersville in the 1840s, and the Wright family was one of the first businesses to, the Wright Pharmacy, was one of the first businesses to open on the square in downtown Farmersville. And so when it came around to the 1920s, you know, onions were prolific around here, and 1,000 carloads a year, they say, shipped all over the United States, white Bermuda onions, and they had a slogan that was "fitting to eat like an apple."
Ah. You
And
know,
so,
that sounds familiar to me for some. Now I'm old, okay? So I was around back in the 50s. I was 77 years old, okay? So that resonates with me. Would that have maybe, you know, filtered over to Mississippi, Louisiana in terms of that slogan? I've heard that before.
It really could have, because they were quite the marketers, and I don't know the full story, but some of the farmers, when they saw what a great product they had, they would wrap individual onions in these beautiful boxes and ship them to different places in the United States to gain new customers. And apparently it worked. So yeah, that slogan could have traveled near and far. But Mr. Wright, he you know, back then they compounded the medications and things like that there in the pharmacy, and so he had done some research about vitamin C in onions, and so he just determined that, well, if vitamin C is good for you, you know, and good for your skin, then surely it has to be good for products. So that's, he had onion lotion and onion cold cream and onion cough syrup.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know how well the products were received.
Misty, we're going to get you back on because there's a cast of characters inside of this museum too, because it's a celebration of Farmersville as well. And we're going to dig into all the other people. There are Olympic gold medal winners. You could actually have a micro history of Texas football that's contained in Farmersville. There are dance captains, dance creators, wonderful people that have populated Farmersville. Audie simply sits in the center of all of this, but it's a population of pretty extraordinary people from a very small place with a very big heart. None bigger than Misty Weibold, president of the Farmersville Heritage Museum, who has joined us this morning. Please tell Brian we love him. We love you too.
Yes,
thank you for
please.
making time for us. I'm going to hang up on you, but it's only because I'm producing the show this morning and can't do double duty. Thank you, Misty.
Thank you so much. Take care.
You too. That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I just, you know, I've known them for a while, and I knew what she did, and, you know, Audie Murphy's the kind of stuff that our folks and our friends out there really love, and just wanted to kind of just, you know, end one of Nemo Nations like we ended with the Maritime Museum with something fun to do.
Yeah.
Maybe it's enough time for your 34. You know what I'm saying? If you ever find yourself in that area, or maybe you get a couple of days off, like our good friend Nick Wright never seems to get.
That's
you
right.
know. Maybe you find a little time to sneak one in, by the way. You know what this is the end of, though, right? It's the end of our revels. Yeah, that's right. We went a little bit too long. We don't care. We're going to be here tomorrow, the day after that, and as long as we possibly can hold on tight. Stay tuned over at RadioNemo.com. Make sure you subscribe over there. Things are coming sooner rather than later. This has been a production of Radio Nemo. Dave Nemo and I are the executive producers. We miss Madison, we miss Gray, but you took the ride with us. Thank you, guys. It's cold. Take care of yourself. Big thanks to Dean Croke. Big thanks to Martin Garsee, Nick Wright, Raman, Dhillon, and the whole gang.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you're right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?